And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Ding Liren and Gukesh. Today we have round number 12, and with me, I'm very happy to say again, international master Laura Unuk. So welcome back, Laura.
Hi, thank you, Felix.
Yeah, and today, round 12, Ding really needs to start equalizing the score since, yesterday we saw a very interesting game with chances for both sides, and the match is coming towards the end, and Gukesh is leading by 1 point now. So let's have a look at the results. We see many draws after round 3. All games have been drawn until round number 11 when when Gukesh took the score towards his favor once again. And that brings us to today's pairing, where Ding has the white pieces and will definitely try to level the score. He's only got 2 more white pieces to play for. And what do you think, Laura? What are we going to see today?
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be an exciting game because even in the press conference, Ding said, in the last World Championship, I was also down after 11 rounds and I striked back in 12th round. So he will definitely try today. I think he also thinks it's his lucky number when it comes to striking back. And I do believe when he believes in some luck, as well as in his knowledge, I think we can see a very interesting game. But also he's white. However, I am not worried about him playing with black pieces, as I think he's, in my opinion, been playing even better with black than with white.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And do we have moves already on the board?
I think so.
We do. So let's jump into the main analysis. Yeah, c4, e6 is on the board. And in this game, Gukesh doesn't go for the classical English with e5, which we have seen in the previous c4 game.
Yes, he played e6, which is actually my response to c4, because I also try to avoid these c4, e5 positions, because this is kind of like reverse Sicilian with a tempo up, and I am not really the best Sicilian player in the world, so I truly tend to avoid it with black. And yeah, e6 for me is just a very safe option. And in my opinion, also something that Ding should have played yesterday with black pieces. As you remember that he went for this d5, d4 immediately. And even in the press conference, he was saying that, yeah, maybe that was a bit too fast. And he should have maybe just played solidly with e6. And I think now Gukesh will be playing solidly with e6 followed by d5. I really don't think he will go f5 in the next move.
Yeah, that will be surprising.
I would love it, obviously, but his idea is obviously to go d5. And he decided to play e6 immediately instead of first knight f6 because of this line. I will try to show it because, of course, knight c3, and then if we go e6, e4, can be a lot of theory after, of course, d5, and now, of course, we need to know about e5, we need to know about taking on d5, and e6 just avoids that. So easy and simple, and I think Ding is still thinking after e6.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah. Probably they were mostly preparing for c45, since it is what Gukesh has played previously. And I'm interested to see what Ding will play here. He could either go for a setup with g3, or he could try and get the call spot with knight c3, d5, d4. So still, many things are possible here.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the Carlsbad could be expected somehow. I mean, it depends, yeah, of course, what Ding wants to go for after e6. However, I really don't think that after e6 he has many options.
And he did go g3, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so g3, and after d5, are we going to see d4? Are we going to see bishop g2? Bishop g2, okay.
Yeah, usually if white plays this move order, he delays d4 for some time.
Yeah, because to avoid bishop before check, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this check can be sometimes, I mean, it's just avoiding a lot of lines that are good for black, but of course this is still good for black. Now, of course, Ding needs to know what happens if Gukesh goes d4 as well.
Yeah, that's of course one extra option for black, which he wouldn't have with the classical move or with the Catalan if white would have already put the pawn on d4.
But I don't think, Felix, that Gukesh will decide to go for d4 today, as he can just play c6 maybe and consolidate everything.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I do remember one game which Kukesh played in the Prague Masters where he did go for the structure with d4. But yeah, since it's a world championship match, it's hard to say. I guess it all depends on what he has planned against the Catalan. And he goes for knight f6,
Yeah,
which means that he's probably happy to go to the
yeah.
classical Catalan, unless he wants to go d4, of course, on this move, which is still kind of his.
Possible, of course.
And he does go d4.
Oh, wow. Okay. So we have actually very similar position to yesterday. Of course, not the same. However, structures could be very similar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, I think I preferred yesterday's position because b4 was included very fast. But okay, now bishop, we have a bishop on g2, and Felix, if you remember yesterday, we were struggling with bishop on f1,
Yeah.
how to put it out, and now bishop is already on g2. So again, we have kind of Benoni-like structures with white pieces again.
Yeah, and it's very like unbalanced this structure, which is probably what Ding is happy to see for this specific game. But Gukesh does go for this move knight c6, which might be a bit annoying for Ding to face.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't allow white to get this typical Benoni structure. And I think this line was popularized by Magnus Carlsen in his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the idea is just to put the bishop to c5 and then to castle short. And it's surprisingly hard for white to come up with anything that special here.
Yeah, I do have to admit, I also just found out about this line not long ago. I mean, I think, Felix, you also work sometimes with or just have some information from Grandmaster Borki Predojevic, I think, right?
Yeah.
And I think he also knows a lot about this line. He was we were having some training camp with him, and I think he showed us even some of your analysis, if I'm correct.
Oh, he did? I need to have a word with him.
No, not show, but he was like saying, I was talking about this with Felix, and then Felix found this interesting line, which is this, but of course this is something that it needs to be analyzed and checked and so on. But I was like, wow, okay, wait, Felix is finding all these ideas. I will need to ask him about that. So I feel like you know a lot about this line, yeah?
I did want to play it with black. I never had the chance to do so. But it was part of our preparation with Borky, who is the national coach of the Austrian team for tournaments like the Olympiad and the European Individual Championship, where we prepared this line together.
Wow, this line is very cool, and I'm very excited to see if Dink will know the most intense response. If I remember, d3 is very logical.
d3 is the main move, and now bishop c5, knight bd2, I think, short castle, knight b3, bishop e7, and some structure like this, e3, black has to take, and then black wants to have some counterplay with a5 and a4 on the queen side.
Yes, and yeah.
He did go e3, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Now it could become pretty messy. Because there is this sacrifice, which is, I think, after e3, e5, e takes d4, and now black should go e4. And
yes,
now white can go d5, e takes f3, queen takes f3. And white is just playing for these 2 pawns in the center, and the king on e8 is sometimes weak. And yeah, this is pretty interesting, this line. Which could actually come, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
th
If is e5 the best move after e3? It is, right?
yeah.
Objectively by engines, I think it is.
Yeah, because I think the issue here with bishop c5 is that he goes bishop e7. I think
Oh,
I've never seen that move. I was just about to point out that after bishop c5, I think white has the option to go b4 when
yeah,
yeah, there's white can
yeah.
capture on d4 on the next move.
Yeah, yeah. Karan actually played that with white pieces back in 2015. So
Okay.
against Hammer. So that's actually a game. However, Bishop E7 actually it's been played by Tan Zhonghui with black pieces, and there were some games. I'm not sure if they were played in classical or in rapid or blitz. I do assume it's more blitz like. This is more blitz like opening as well. So
Yeah.
I don't find it very often in classical games, and I'm very pleasantly surprised about seeing it. In Bishop E7, can we try to explain it? So E5's idea was, of course, to protect the center, but now with Bishop E7, can we do something about it?
Yeah, so usually what white wants to do is just to take on d4 everything, and then if he has time to get out with d3, knight c3, and bishop e3, and then go d4, he should be considerably better because the bishop on c8 is just a very passive piece.
Mhm.
But the question is if black can stop that somehow, like after d3, maybe castle, knight c3, and rook d8 could be a bit of an annoyance here.
Okay.
Because the
So he
pawn on
does
b3.
have a direct idea. I just checked Lila, and Lila, of course, agrees that e5 is the best response.
Mm-hmm.
However, bishop e7 second best. Uh, she doesn't like it as much, giving the probability of wins or draws. She does very much like e5 response, but bishop e7 seems safer. And now I think, either d3 or e takes d4 would be very logical, like you said. And after e takes d4, Lila doesn't even take on d4 immediately. These engines, they just have their own head.
Lila just castles
She
first,
just
yeah?
castles, yeah.
Okay.
She just castles. She's like basically saying, "I'm gonna take it the next move, and I don't care."
Okay,
Uh,
okay. Fair enough.
so what's the problem if I take it immediately?
Is
Maybe there's no
is there
problem.
a
Yeah.
problem? Maybe Lila just prefers it for some mysterious algorithmic reason to castle
Yeah,
first.
yeah, maybe. Like, yeah, I don't see that it could go wrong anyhow. Fast, but yeah. We'll see. I mean, d3 is also very logical, just to stabilize slowly and be prepared to take on d4, maybe go for e4 even if needed.
Instead of taking on d4, right? Just to
Yeah.
go d3, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if Ding knows about bishop e7. I'm afraid that he's going to go into a deep think again.
Yeah, bishop e7 definitely will come as a surprise. Since like e5 is kind of known to be the critical line, but I like Gukash's approach with bishop e7 because it does feel like black is just very solid and he's already throwing Ding kind of out of his preparation, it seems.
Well, absolutely, yeah. This is. I mean, I'm surprised by this opening in general from white and from black. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to see if there's. I don't know. I'm just trying to find. Should you maybe check if you have a correspondence database open,
Yeah.
or we can do it also
I'll pull
later?
it up for sure.
I'm really wondering if bishop e7 has been played, because I'm not sure this is also an opening to be played often in correspondence chess, but I wonder.
So knight c6, e3, bishop e7. And yeah, as you pointed out, it has been played by Tan Zhongyi
Mm-hmm.
in human games.
Yeah.
But what about correspondence? No, novelty in... is it a novelty? No.
No way.
There are
correspondence?
two games. There are two games from 2021 and 2022, and both of them ended in a draw.
Okay. In correspondence, yeah.
Yeah. So what might be the critical approach,
Yes.
and what I also kind of recall to be the critical move, if at least I saw this idea somewhere.
Okay.
Which
Please.
is e takes d4, knight takes d4, and now to go b3. That
Ah.
might have been what I had in my notes here, or in Borky's notes, as you might say. And the idea is just to go bishop e2 with the same kind of ideas earlier, to gain control of the d4 square, but it might be faster to do it with b3, bishop b2, and not with d3 and bishop e3. Also, the bishop on b2 might be better placed on b2 than on e3.
Wow. Okay, that's very interesting, actually. Yeah. Yeah, b3 seems to be a good idea.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
and
just gonna go there, yeah.
this correspondence game, it went as follows: short castle, bishop b2, knight takes f3, queen takes f3, and now this quite common idea for black rook b8 when black wants to get out with b6 and bishop b7.
Oh yeah, I think this is the line that Worky was saying that you were preparing.
I think it was somewhere else, but the
It
idea
was
is
somewhere else. Same
the
idea.
idea is exactly the same, and the position is
Okay.
super similar. Yeah.
Yeah, probably you're right. Yeah, it was not exactly this line because I think bishop e7 was not in anyone's files. However, yeah, this rook b8 idea is very strong.
Yeah, and some position like this then arose, bishop e7. This was it, and yeah, very solid for black. Still, I would probably take white because of the space advantage.
Of course, yeah.
But something like this shouldn't be that much of an issue for black.
Yeah.
Black does have some pawn
agree, yeah.
pawn breaks, like c5 immediately could be an option. Also b5 if black can prepare it could be an idea.
Okay, yeah, fair point. I mean, I enjoy suffering in these kind of positions with white pieces more than with black, and trying to find some tricks for my opponent to blunder. But of course, Gukesh, I think, is confident enough not to do anything stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows though? Who knows? But yeah, that's very nice to point that out, Felix, with this b6 or rook b8 b6. I think that's great. But Dink went d3
yeah,
instead.
Ding went d3, which gives black like a lot of options here actually. I guess short castle is like the most obvious choice. I was about to suggest also d takes e3, but I'm not sure if that's such a good idea.
I don't yet. I'm not sure if that's what any of them. Yeah, sorry.
It depends how you will take. I guess.
I think he took it.
he took the pawn, yeah.
He took it immediately.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what he was afraid of here. Like if he would have castled.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing he was afraid of e4 here.
No, I don't think he was afraid of e4. But yeah, I honestly, it's tough to understand exactly what could be. Because if you take on d4, this just transposes to something that you showed us before.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like if white wants to take, he can already do it after bishop e7.
I honestly have no idea, except if he was, I don't know, worried about e takes d5, knight takes, e takes d4, knight takes d4, and bishop e3 or something, but I don't really understand why. Maybe he didn't want to get in some specific type of structures, but I really don't think so, because c5 is coming either way.
Yeah.
I don't know, no, but I think also it could be in his preparation somehow. that maybe I think his team is working very well with finding these sidelines that are still good and hard to be challenged with. For example, maybe Gukesh did prepare bishop e7 and kind of was hoping Ding doesn't know the best response. And of course, Gukesh was prepared for e takes d4, but I guess he also needs to be prepared for d3 if he already is checking this line.
Yeah.
So I think he didn't choose castle just because, again, it was an obvious move, and maybe he wants to get some specific type of position out of this. Because again, asking a question to Ding, do I take with the f pawn or with the bishop?
Yeah, that's not an easy call now.
No, I like the pawn though. However, then the bishop is not developed.
Yeah, taking with the pawn does give you this nice central pawn mass, and it does open the FL. But the question is how far you're able to advance your pawns.
Yeah, especially like I'm not sure after f takes e3, do you go e5 immediately or something? Or you're not afraid of my d4 ideas?
But you might, yeah, no, e5 is definitely kind of the obvious choice.
Okay.
But can white go d4 anyway?
Yeah, no, that's yeah, but I don't know. After d4, I was thinking takes. You take with a pawn. And somehow I was hoping that I could, worst case, that I could castle. But what needs to be considered, I'm not sure if it, yeah, I don't think it works, but also I like the idea of knight d4. It probably doesn't work. It probably doesn't work. But for example, after knight d4, bishop c5, bishop e3, I was thinking about knight g4. Yeah. I don't think that this works, but it's fun to think about these things. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm getting a bit too risky here. But what if I just castle though after taking on d4 and I castle? Do you go d5? But after d5, I go bishop c5. So I think I'm fine.
And then king h1?
Yeah, and where do I go? To e7, knight e7. And I'm just playing with my knights then. At least that's why I think I should.
Still, I have quite a lot of space here.
You do.
But yeah,
but some weaknesses as well.
Looks playable for black as well. Yeah, that's also.
It's actually slightly better for white. So.
Yeah, but it's not the end of the world, yeah. And Ding has taken with the bishop.
Ding.
which now allows often. I mean, maybe Gukesh will even play e5 right away. Yeah,
and he did.
He did,
as you call it.
And yeah, like usually the maximum white can get out is to push d4 in a good moment for him, and then it's often like a symmetrical structure, often even with queens off the board, and where white's bishops are like maybe a little bit more active, but something like this is usually very solid for black.
Yeah, I do agree. This is just absolutely fine. No complaints in my opinion. I don't want to go d4 so fast, Felix. Can I do something else?
Yeah, so knight c3 first is logical, but after short castle, like I don't see how else white can make that much progress. I guess you could throw in moves like rook e1, a3. Like rook e1 here maybe. But at some point, black is also going to take control of the d4 square, like bishop g4 maybe now.
Yeah, okay, bishop g4 I was always slightly worried about.
Or knight g4.
Yeah, knight g4. Yeah, also knight g4. I think instead of rook e1, can I start with h3?
Yeah, that's also very useful. Yeah, now like bishop f5 maybe. And then queen d7, rook d8.
Simple. And now I'm basically almost forced to go d4. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. And yeah, some position like this, I don't know how white takes here. Let's say keeps the queens on the board. But this shouldn't be, yeah,
No, no, black is fine.
anything special. Yeah.
No, absolutely, black is absolutely fine. Okay, that's why maybe I preferred f takes c3. I just think it gives it more imbalance.
Yeah.
I don't, but okay. On the other hand, would Dink be happy with a draw?
I would be very surprised. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're leading by one point and you're happy with the draw in the 11th round, it would be somewhat in the 12th round. Sorry.
Yeah.
Would be somewhat surprising to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know, he was not prepared for this d4 and also followed by bishop e7
Yeah.
by Gukesh. I think that was a very good idea again. I think his seconds are just working so well for surprises, for this making this easy, subtle surprises with good ideas. And now this e5, yeah, it's going to be some kind of struggle for Dink to find something that's not direct.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kukic has so much support and the whole team is working basically around the clock, I can imagine. And there were many like very interesting and even groundbreaking ideas in the opening, which Kukic's team has come up with.
Yeah, you also made some nice video recapping all these great openings and the novelties in them, right, Felix?
Yeah.
So, of course, everybody that's interested in that, please check out his YouTube channel. I think he's great. So
Thank you.
I still need to watch it, but when I will have time, of course, I think that's actually very nice thing to analyze this openings from the World Championship, because truly they are something else with these deep ideas. So.
Yeah, and I think it's also important for our own chess, because usually what happens is that the ideas in the World Championship matches kind of set like a trend. At least it was often the case, and it will be played pretty often after that. So therefore, I think it's nice to know at least kind of what are the ideas there, and yeah.
No, I think that's absolutely great. Yeah, and you're right. Like, I think a lot of people will now be playing these openings. And I'm sorry, Felix, but now this knight c6 idea is not going to be surprise for your opponents anymore. Because everybody will be expecting this move. It is a very strong move, as we see right now in the position after e5. But I guess we can expect move like knight c3 here.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, going d4, of course, immediately is very possible. However, I'm not sure if he wants to play it immediately. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe rook e1 though first or something.
Immediately, or?
Yeah, after e5, rook e1.
And if I castle?
And if you castle, now I can consider going d4. I'm not threatening anything, but like at least my rook is on e-file. What else can I do? What else? What else? Again, bishop g4 is very annoying. Bishop f5 could be very annoying. Okay, what if I go d4?
Okay, I'm gonna take.
Yeah, okay.
Knight d4.
Takes, and I'm gonna take with the bishop.
And now maybe just, I don't know, bishop is... let's go c6 first.
You don't want to give me the b7 pawn?
I was thinking about it, but...
It was something.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. And after knight c3, I guess you go bishop e6.
Yeah, probably. And then queen c7, rook a8. And...
yeah, somehow I have nothing.
Yeah, or at least very, very close to nothing.
I mean, I can sacrifice the c4 pawn with something like knight e4. I try to play for activity somehow, but I think I'm just dreaming at this point. Just wake me up, you know?
Yeah. It's hard to generate any play here because black is just so solid, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, doesn't. It looks so easy for black as well.
yeah, very natural moves. Also
Yeah,
hard to say, yeah.
yeah. And I do wonder what Ding is thinking as well here. Let me just open the cameras a bit because I'm very curious about watching the reactions. And Ding is again moving a lot.
Yeah, he is. Hopefully he won't think for 1 hour here.
Yeah, I hope also that he's not given up somehow or has low expectations of himself because he's been playing well. But I guess his time management has been basically the worst part of this championship for him.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, now he looks disappointed, with one hand like this and just watching the position and like, "Ugh, not again. I don't want to draw." But if he didn't want to draw, let's go back. I want to check f takes e3
Yeah, that's a
just to
good
see.
idea.
I wonder why didn't he consider it? I mean, why didn't he think about it more?
Yeah, so f takes e3. And the first question is if black wants to go e5. I just have to make a brief like excursion to a different line.
Okay, please.
Because it's very similar, but there is this interesting sideline for black. After d4 on move 3,
Okay.
white goes knight f3, knight c6, short castle, and now this move knight h6, which I've played in 2018 the first time. I think it's still pretty rare.
Yeah.
And if white goes d3, knight f5, here we reach basically almost the same position. But here it turns out that black is already almost better because white cannot push any of the pawns. The knight on f5 is super well placed. So I think here black goes h5, and all of a sudden black has very nice counterplay with h4. And whenever white goes e4, black has this nice square on d4. And if he goes d4, it will also be very hard for white to push e4 here. So this structure just reminded me, but here in the other position, the issue for black is that the knight is on f6. So if we go back here, white will just easily get d4 here. And the knight would rather be on f5 in this position. That's kind of my conclusion of this small.
Yeah, no, this is very interesting line. Like knight on f5 makes such a difference, and it's such a nice knight. Well, f6 knight is very basic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree, and also these h5 ideas that don't work, I guess.
Yeah, with the knight on f6, it's different. So yeah, what do we come up with here? I guess I need to push e5 at some point just to free my bishop on c8.
No, exactly. I think e5 is very healthy, but again, okay, after do I go d4 immediately? Okay, let's say I do. Just, I mean, it's the most ambitious, I guess, if I go d4 immediately. And of course, now there's a question whether you take it or do you develop the bishop or do you castle? Are you afraid of d5? I guess you should be slightly afraid of d5.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, yeah. Because then after d5, also the e5 pawn will drop. Most likely, at least. That's what I'm...
I mean, in worst case, we can always check Lila and her suggestion, but we can try to find something first.
I mean, maybe there's some point in casting first here, even though white could also just go knight c3 and then ask again, what am I doing here?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
I mean, if yeah.
If d5, I thought maybe I can go e4 with black here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because in this sort of position, let's say white just takes with the bishop. Even if I take on c6, your pawn structure is damaged. And even if I lose the pawn on c6, I feel like I should have at least enough compensation here.
With black?
With black, yeah, like bishop c5 is coming, pawn on e3 is weak. That was at least just my feeling here.
Okay, yes, does make a point.
Yeah, it's hard to say what happens after fe3. Is there an evaluation by Lila after fe3?
Let me go check. So, okay. So when Gukesh took on e3, Lila does prefer bishop e3 much more.
Okay.
However, f takes e3 is not that bad of a move at all. And her line is e5, d4, castle, knight c3. Wow, Felix correct. And after bishop g4, d5, e4, knight e4, knight e4. Yeah, 94, and
d takes c6 probably, yeah.
Yeah, d takes c6, queen d1, rook d1, b takes c6, rook d4, f5.
Okay, but yeah, black. I might even take black here because bishop on c1 is still so passive, and probably I guess it's around equal here objectively.
Yep. Objectively, it's probably 0-0. Yeah, it's 0-0, of course.
Yeah, I mean Gukesh most likely knew all of that.
Probably prepared. Yeah, I mean he's still blitzing out his moves at this moment, so
yeah.
So that's why, of course, bishop takes e3 is very healthy. And after e5, knight c3, Gukesh castled.
And that's the current position.
And that is the current position. So Ding is thinking again. Okay. I mean, correct. as he should probably. Because what do we do now? Knight c3 castle, bishop g4 is coming, bishop f5 is coming. A5 can always be played in worst case scenario to stop any b4.
Yeah,
maybe not needed, but yeah, I mean knight b4 also could be potentially interesting. What do we do, Felix? Give me some ideas. Except my rook e1.
I think rook e1 does look logical, but because I'm not sure if I'm that afraid of bishop g4.
Really?
Because bishop g4, I go h3, and do you go back, or you're intending to take?
I actually am not sure. I thought I was intending to take, but of course I would not want to give up my bishop pair so easily.
Yeah, that's also what I thought. Bishop on f3 is now very strong.
Yeah, and now bishop pair makes a lot of sense.
Of course, you could go back to h5, and that's of course.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's go back.
But yeah, here I was thinking about some g4s already, and yeah, maybe g4 right away, bishop g6, and maybe now d4. And if you take, I was kind of pretending that your bishop on g6 might be a bit out of play because I also have f4, f5 ideas.
Okay, yeah, so finally some activity. Of course, I get it, but I need to get out of it. Yeah, and yeah, maybe after c6 you're going just f4.
Yeah, I was hoping I can do that, but yeah, therefore I thought that bishop g4 is not necessary.
Good, yeah.
Because you can go bishop f5 and probably force me to play d4 anyhow.
Yeah, of course. So good that we discussed bishop g4 not being a threat. One less move to be considered by white.
Yeah.
So yeah, bishop f5 more direct.
And now I don't see anything else than to push d4, honestly. Otherwise, black will just take on b3, I guess. Maybe you can go queen b3 here, but...
Ooh. What is queen b3?
Yeah, I'm just attacking b7, and if you take on d3, I'm probably gonna take there.
Okay. Wait, I like this. I like this idea. I'm not sure what happens, what is happening at all, but...
But yeah, now I'm just remembering that knight g4 is also always in the mix.
Ooh,
Like
okay, but
even instead of bishop f5, I know I'm jumping around a lot, but
yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, knight g4 immediately, huh?
because my bishop probably has to go back to c1 and
Or I could say I will jump knight d5 and give my bishop.
yeah, that's actually a good idea.
And I'm trying to claim that that square is more important than my bishop.
And if I
However,
take on e3, you take with rook, or
I have not considered that far, but let's say I do. Let's say I think.
bishop c5.
Yeah, now I have to move somewhere again. So let's go back to e1 or something.
Yeah, but
And are you going to get f6?
f6 is one option. I could also go bishop g4, just trade on f3 and play for the dark squares.
Ah, yeah. Okay, okay, okay.
So I think black should be pretty okay here.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Stop giving me this counter plays. Oh, rook e1 on the
Ding
board.
played rook e1, yeah.
Okay, I do wonder what happens of knight after knight g4. Actually, let's check, because I don't want to go bishop c1. That's sad. I'm trying to find something. Okay, can I go queen e2?
And knight e3, queen e3, yeah.
Yeah, queen e3, and then I will go rook a d1 and maybe then d4 later. I'm playing on the files if I can. I don't know, but bishop e6 is coming anyway, so this is tough.
Yeah, it looks like black is very solid. Also, he has the bishop here. Somehow it's hard to believe that much can go wrong for black here. Like, even if I stay with something like bishop d6 in this position, and
Okay, I mean, I'm still gonna go rook a1. I have a very simple plan, but yeah, I mean,
like bishop g4 now, maybe.
Oh.
Again, I'm probably gonna end up playing for the dark squares.
Yes, again, yeah. Okay, somebody suggested instead of queen e2, so let's go back to knight d5, knight e3, and I go knight e7 first.
Yeah, I also thought that's better. But yeah, queen takes e7 and just rook takes e3, yeah? Or I guess rook e3, right? Not fe3.
Yeah, I would guess with the rook as well.
I also thought here it's hard for white to generate anything. Like, if I go queen d6 and then again either bishop f5 or bishop g4.
I agree, yeah, because now kind of d3 pawn is a bit behind and e5 pawn is kind of strong, so it's tough for white to be better here, in my opinion.
Yeah, white does have to play for some dynamics here.
But
because
yeah. Like before here, I picked at the engine, and engine says before, so
yeah, I also saw that. But what happens after bishop g4? Just
I have no idea. Let's think what does engine have in mind after that. I will not pick anymore.
But I guess it was around equal, yeah.
I mean, +0 2 +0 3, which is something, but of course equal, yeah. Probably with CC. Oh yeah, I forgot about CC. I should open that that website as well. Probably 0 0. I don't know. I mean, I guess h3, bishop takes f3. Now we're going for queen f3. Or no, bishop f3.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It feels like it's actually harder to play for white.
Yeah,
because you kind of have to look for this direct play, not to end up strategically worse with the backward pawn on d3.
No, I agree.
So rook e1 is on the board, correct?
Yes, yes, it is. It is, and I'm going to open the CC analysis as well. Okay, so history and potential moves. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this is. I mean, after knight g4, CC just says bishop d2.
Yeah, also someone in the chat pointed it out. And that's, again, like,
What's it?
not easy to spot, I would say.
Yeah, also Lila, just knight g4, bishop d2.
Like, first question, what happens if I just grab the pawn on d3?
I don't know. Maybe now. What is this? What has chess become? Knight d5? I don't know. Is that the idea?
But bishop c5 and already on f2, it's like...
Yeah.
Maybe h3 first after queen d3, h3, and then just to take on e5.
Maybe. Yeah.
Like
That's a good
h3, knight
idea.
f6, and I don't know if you want to take now.
That's a good idea.
Take here, take still like bishop d6, and then I'll just take on c4, I think.
But okay, now I have something.
What do you have?
I don't know, rook g5. It's something. It's a move, and that's important. You know, I have one move. Yeah, I don't know what is going on, but I claim that rook g5 is good enough. Even though I don't know what I do after h6, I have no idea.
Yeah, you have to go to b5, a5 or somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I don't understand this, Felix. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's hard, yeah. Bishop d2, I also have a hard time.
You don't play bishop d2, that's not human. If you move the bishop, you go to c1.
Yeah.
This is hard.
Knight d5 does look way more logical instead of moving the bishop in general, I would say. So after knight g4, knight d5, and try and make this work, yeah. But as we discussed, black is also very, very solid here. But let's see if Kukash plays knight g4. I don't think it's obligatory at all. Like,
no,
bishop f5 also looks very, very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f5, yeah, but you need to worry, like you said, about queen b3, however, very, very logical. Knight g4, actually very annoying.
Yeah, I agree.
Very, very annoying move. And also, if you decide to move the bishop, let's say to d2 or c1, I mean, then bishop c5 comes with a tempo. Attacking f2, bishop is then on a better square on c5. Worst case scenario, I'm speaking for black, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, this is very difficult for me to understand.
Yeah, not only for you.
Okay, thank God.
I think someone pointed out that after knight g4,
yeah,
white could also play h3 immediately instead of knight d5, and after knight takes e3, rook takes e3, I guess. But yeah, after bishop c5, I guess the rook has to go back again to...
Yeah, somewhere, e1.
e1 or e2.
I guess, e2. But here I'm always wondering, what if black just goes f6 somehow?
Yeah, f6 is one option. It does weaken the light squares, but...
I don't need to play it maybe immediately, but...
Like, if I were black and I can somehow play without f6, I would probably love to do so. But yeah, honestly, I cannot say anything against f6 here. It does look very healthy as well.
Yeah.
You know, with the rook on e1, for example, I'm always just scared about ideas like knight h4, then bishop d5 check, king has to go to h8, and then all of a sudden queen h5 is coming. So
Yeah.
these are kind of
You're right.
my worries here.
No,
But
you're right. Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to go f6 if it's not needed. So let's fix. What if I go rook e8 instead of f6?
yeah, that would have been my suggestion. Yeah, and
However, yeah, I mean, still some knight d5 is coming. Maybe it could be annoying.
yeah, but maybe bishop e6.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to say now. I'm trying to predict some. I mean, trying to find something that could be annoying for black,
Yeah,
because I don't have a bishop pair and my opponent does.
yeah,
And I
but
need to do something about
at
that.
some point black would also go knight d4 probably. Like even if knight d5 right away, knight d4. And I think now I'm just able to exchange these two minor pieces. And if I get rid of the knight on c6 and get c6, I mean, black would be at least slightly better, if not clearly better here.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So basically, our conclusion, Felix, is that computers are wrong and black is better.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit of an overstatement, but I mean, I think Gukesh is very happy with his position here. I don't know how he is like behaving from body language, but
Not moving, very calm.
okay, so as usual, yeah.
Absolutely, as usual. Yeah, it's amazing how composed he is. Even after winning yesterday, he was just like, fixing the chair, putting the pieces back very slowly, and just like leaving the playing hall like nothing happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
So crazy. And yeah, of course. I think, however, Felix, I was extremely surprised to hear this yesterday. You remember, of course, Ding was thinking very long in the opening for move 4 and 5. It was insane. However, Guker spent 1 hour on move g3.
Yeah.
And he did say it was the time that he lost his cool. He completely lost his mind because he knew that he messed up the position, and he was in his head thinking, how did I manage to think so much and I cannot come up with any good idea? How am I worse with white pieces? This is my preparation. How do I not find anything? And he completely lost it. So when he played g3, he needed, that's why he left immediately. He just went to his room for like 5-10 minutes, ate something, and got back into his mindset.
Yeah.
I was so surprised to hear that he lost his cool.
I mean, it's also understandable. Like, after all, as hard as it is to believe, Kukash is also only human, and
Yeah, it is hard.
It is hard to believe, yeah, because he's just playing so well. But yeah, it was a tough it was a tough situation for him because the preparation actually went well. But then, like 2 moves after his preparation ended, and he was able to get like a slight advantage. Maybe he just had like basically the clearly worse chances, and then when he realized it, he had to kind of live with that and try to fight. But he did manage to do so really well. So he got back into his mindset, as you said. He managed to do that, and he did take some time for that, but in the end it worked out, and he was able to fight back as well as it's possible, I think, in that situation.
Yeah, I agree, but like, I mean, it would happen to any of us. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
imagine this is your preparation. I think he mixed it up. In fact, I think he said it that he was not prepared for knight c6, but I think for queen c7, something like that. And in that variation, that d3 was the best move. However, whatever happened in the game, then he thought, oh no, this is the same thing. So he just played it, and suddenly he found himself in a worse position, and he was just trying to save it.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is just, yeah, such a human perspective, and I really do appreciate him saying that also during the press conference, that he's not afraid to say that he completely lost it, and he needed to go somewhere out from the playing hall to compose himself, and he managed to do it, which is of course very admirable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of what takes maybe even the most strength. Yeah,
Yeah.
to realize that something went wrong in your game, and then not just to like immediately collapse, which happens very often to also many very strong players, and that just takes some incredible mental strength to be able to come back from that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is like wow. And I guess now I think I hopefully know he's not as nervous as in yesterday's position. I mean, now he has so many options, and at least we feel like all are fine for black. I do want to mention, I'm not sure if in correspondence or in over the board chess, but everybody after rook e1 played bishop e6 here.
Okay, I'm just checking here. What are the?
Mm-hmm.
What
It
is
might
the?
be correspondence, actually. I'm not sure, but I'm just checking the Lichess database, of course. It's the easiest for me.
No, bishop e6 has been played in two classical games. Fatalieva played it once, who I think is the current European women's
Yes,
champion,
yes, yes.
and another Israeli international master.
Hmm.
They both played bishop e6.
However, Gukesh went for h6.
For h6,
Which,
wow.
yeah, which is very slow. I don't understand exactly what's his point here. But I
Yeah,
guess he's just saying, I don't care, you know.
yeah,
I
and
don't care.
h6 is a bit surprising. It's probably not a bad move. I mean, black's position is still very solid. In the one correspondence game I just saw, there was also knight g4 played there,
It was.
and no surprise, bishop d2 happened in that game. And just to like finally,
Yes, please illustrate it.
just to finally like conclude this analysis here, it was queen takes d3, h3, knight f6, and I think it was knight d5 now.
Ah, knight d5.
Yeah. So queen d3, h3, knight f6, knight d5, and
Crazy.
yeah, just pretty messy, huh? Because black cannot capture twice, I guess, because knight takes e5 will come.
Yeah.
And yeah, the game went bishop d6 when bishop d6 is also not totally obvious.
No.
White took on f6, and then somehow it ended in a draw.
Of course he did in a correspondence game. But yeah, from human perspective, that's not clear for any pieces. I mean, the king is open, I'm a pawn down with white. I mean, that's crazy. That's insane. That's just too much for me.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange.
Yeah.
h6, yeah, it's. I guess he wants to prepare
Yeah.
bishop e6 without allowing knight g5. That could be
I
one
was
idea.
thinking the same, like after bishop e6, did some people, what did they respond with? Nobody played knight g5 though, so I guess not really, but okay.
Bishop e6, yeah, in one of the games, bishop g5 was the response.
Yeah, bishop g5 though, yeah. Maybe also stopping that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying if black went bishop e6 first, yeah. One game followed bishop g5 with white, and in one game white just played d4, which ended in a draw pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't get why black wants to put the bishop to e6, because on f5 it's like attacking d3. I'm probably misevaluating something here, but
we both are, because it seems so obvious to play bishop f5, but I think we're both missing something.
maybe queen b3 is the idea, but even if black goes something like rook b8, did white achieve something now? Maybe rook d1.
Yeah, I think rook ad1. If I get rook ad1 on the board, I think I'm happy.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So.
Yeah, because then d4 will gain in power quite a lot.
And these two rooks can be very strong compared to especially this queen on d8. So I guess this was annoying for black. Okay. Good. We figured out something. So h6. I guess bishop e6 could also be followed by queen b3, maybe potentially. So he didn't go for it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Even though now I'm just thinking, if I go bishop f5, queen b3,
Yeah.
I can also go queen c8. And
I mean,
because queen looks a bit stranger, but I will just play rook d8 next. And
okay, in this scenario, I could go for d4 immediately. That's what I was thinking. Because now e7 bishop will be hanging, and then also
the
potentially
pawn on b7 will be hanging. Yeah.
b7, and then also f6, potentially double pawns. And I think now I'm happy.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. That does seem unpleasant.
Yeah, I guess queen b3 is annoying move. Good. We have some annoying moves in our position, and that's important.
Yeah.
For the game. Let me check. Yeah, also I think. Yeah, I mean a6 is just a healthy move, I think, anyway, but I think it's just giving white a tempo to do something.
Yeah, like h3 now would be kind of
interesting response, but I don't think I need to do it. I mean, okay, stopping knight g4,
yeah,
you're right. I already forgot about this
I'm still a bit annoyed with this knight g4 move. And the other question is, if I go h3 now, like, what is it do you do? Do you go bishop e6? Or do you go to f5? And is this inclusion still like good for you, or?
No, I guess queen b3 would still be a bit annoying. I would wonder if I go rook b8 just by myself, though.
Immediately.
Somehow. I don't know. I don't want to calculate what happens after bishop f5, queen b3, bishop d3, queen b7. I don't want to calculate these things, you know? It's not...
yeah.
It's not enough coffee for that. You're welcome to do it, Felix. I will gladly listen.
Yeah, I'm trying my best there. Like bishop f5, queen e3. I would also not take on d3 because
you would not, yeah.
With either of the pieces, because bishop takes d3, it could also run into rook d1, and I don't see how to comfortably get rid of this pin. I mean, maybe black can even do this, but it does feel wrong somehow. And after queen d3, I can throw in rook d1 first. I can take on b7 first, and the knight on c6 and the pawn on c7 are hanging. So I think taking on d3 here is not that advisable. Okay, now the inclusion of h3 and h6 might favor black in some cases, because if I go queen c8, the pawn on h3 is hanging in some cases. So that's at least one kind of a major difference here, that the pawn on h3 might be targeted in some cases.
I agree, but I also d3 is hanging in that case. Oh, my cat is going crazy. I'm sorry, hard to concentrate.
No
and my
worries.
dogs as well. I don't know if you can hear them, Felix.
Yeah.
It's my cat going crazy, dog is going crazy. The position is hanging with queen b3. I need more coffee.
Yeah, we can go on our first break.
No, yeah, we could, but we don't need to, but we can.
No, it's anyway, it's okay. I think Ding will spend some time here, but it will be a bit of a shorter one, so let's just take like 5 to 10 minutes. But stay tuned, everyone. We'll be right back for resuming the commentary. So see you soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Gukesh and Ding. And today's round number 12. We have been on a short break, and there has been some development. To be exact, one move has been played. But in the meanwhile, there we are joined by one more guest, not only Laura. There's someone else here.
Hello, say hello, Smack Smack. This is the wild cat that you were listening. She's not a tiger, I swear. She's just a cat that needs a lot of attention. I hope she's calmed down. I'm gonna try to let her sleep while this game develops.
Yeah, the game has been developing also pretty sleepy, I would call it. Let's go back to the main analysis. Ding has played a3 here, which does look like not much is happening, but with a3 he's intending to gain more space on the queen side with b4, and therefore Gukesh pretty understandably tries to stop it with a5. But it does change the position quite a bit.
Slightly, yeah.
Because this move a5 can also be kind of a weakness. First of all, the b5 square is weakened, so sometimes the knight can jump into there. And another thing is that whenever white decides to push d4 now, these structures, often now the move c6 doesn't work as well. Let's just put it as an example. I don't know. Maybe that's not a great example, like c6 right away. White often has the idea of knight a4, knight b6. Also, the pawn on a5 could become weak. Like in cases like this, white does have the b6 square. I think that's an important difference. So yeah, this is one thing that changes a bit here. Also, it does change white's structure because the pawn on c4 now could become weak in some cases, because white cannot defend it in some cases with b3 that well anymore, because now the b3 square is weakened.
Agreed.
But yeah, how does Ding like make use of that to the maximum potential of this inclusion?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, in these kind of situations now, also knight d5. I mean, in some situations when knight goes away from f6, could be much stronger, because, like you said, now c6 would be kind of weakening, as b6 square is already ours. But what is the maximum that we could achieve from a3 a5 though? That's I mean, it's not like we can put a queen on c2. It's not something that we would like to do. Somebody did suggest that he wants its queen on e2, which I get it, because I really want to play my rook ad1 somehow.
Yeah, but then the pressure on e5 could arguably be, I mean, it's somewhat more because then there are two heavy pieces on the e-file, but
Yeah, that's true.
often you would prefer to capture with the rook on e5.
Yeah.
If in some cases the pawn on e5 could be hanging. But yeah, queen e2 is also definitely a move to consider. I mean, the queen is also pretty useful on the e-file. If it opens up like rook d1 and d4 happening, then it's definitely useful. Definitely useful.
Yeah,
and also knight b4 is not in the mix anymore, which might.
That's what I was trying to hope for somehow. Maybe instead of queen e2 something else, but I really want my rook on d1. Felix, can we do that somehow?
Yeah,
it's my dream. It's my dream in this position.
I would also love that. Yeah, rook on d1 would be perfect. How else can you do it? I guess you could still make an argument for queen b3 just to sacrifice this pawn.
Let's do that.
Maybe play for some compensation. I don't know if the queen maybe goes to f5, and then something like knight d5 could be possible.
Oh, okay. Yes, I like it. And somehow we have reverse situation from yesterday, where Ding was a pawn up and was trying to defend the position, and now Ding's a pawn down, and Gukesh will be trying to defend this position somehow.
Yeah, definitely looks like white does have some compensation here.
Yeah, I mean, would need to be checked, of course, more deeply, but somehow I like it.
Yeah, of course, also the question is if like black doesn't have to take the pawn.
Yeah, but what do you do? I mean, queen b3 is, I think, very nice ideas in general.
Yeah, you could have done that also without the inclusion of a3, a5. Again, maybe I want to make this move knight g4. Somehow I'm always attracted to this idea.
Fair point. That's why we were also considering h3 before, but
yeah.
Let's say that I don't know what do I want to say after knight g4. I wanted to say that I don't care and I want to go rook d1, but somehow I'm sorry, that's I don't know if that's good enough for me.
And you could also think about f takes e3. Like if you get d4, it could be interesting, but I'm just pretty worried about the dark squares here in
Me
general.
too.
Like
Me too, yeah.
maybe black could even stop it with bishop c5.
Yes. I mean, now I could think about something like knight d5 or knight b5 as well,
Yeah.
but I think, yeah, I don't know. Again, very, very complicated position. Especially in the dark squares. I don't know, let's go knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5 is definitely one option, yeah. And then d4 is coming. At least we got some imbalance here, which...
But again, I mean, Felix, it's so hard to think about just giving up your e3 bishop for the knight.
Yeah.
You
need to be sure that something will happen in the center. After knight b5, there might be this idea with e4. I'm not sure. But my point is just that I want to force you to take and have these double pawns, and I'll just play for long-term compensation, like queen e7 now. And
fair point. Okay. And you're claiming you have a bishop pair and better pawn structure, and I have more weaknesses.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is probably correct. Again, very difficult. I would not know how to evaluate this position actually at all. I mean, I like it for white, but again, I like it for black. So
yeah. This seems pretty decent for black, I would say. But yeah, Ding has played h3, which is very, very
our
logical.
beloved move. Yeah, this is somehow very safe. Somebody suggested instead of knight g4, knight d4 could be a very annoying move. So after, let's say, queen b3, knight d4. However, after knight d4, I think we always take with the bishop, or no, maybe not. What do we do after knight d4?
Yeah, there are two ideas, I guess. The first one would be to take twice. Because when black takes with the queen, the bishop on e7 is also hanging. And then after that, the pawn on c7 is also hanging.
Yes.
But what I would generally do, as you said, is just take with the knight, take with the bishop, and then maybe play for this structure here. Because white is pretty active. The only question is if I can do anything about it. Because knight b5 is usually the move white wants to make, but here I guess you can defend everything with bishop c5, and then the knight on b5 will be almost trapped by c6. So
yeah. I mean, I was thinking about rook e5, but that's also a lot to take in.
Yeah, in this position, it does continue. Yeah, white does have a lot of active play. Yeah.
But again, needs to be calculated a lot. But if knight d4 works, I would not consider something else.
Yeah, that does look very, very reasonable. And even though black might have enough compensation here,
yeah,
it's not entirely clear. Yeah. Like even if black goes something like c6, but yeah, white is a pawn up, and yeah, not fully satisfactory. But anyway, yeah, h3 is on the board. And
so yeah, we are avoiding knight g4. And also knight d4 right now, I wouldn't say that it's something black wants to play at all.
Yeah, in general, black would like to keep the structure how it is, I think. And after knight d4, it does allow white to potentially go in this Benoni structure.
Yeah.
With this when... Yeah, the pawn on d3 now is not a weakness anymore, which I think this is kind of everything evolves around that pawn.
Yes, exactly.
And again, here also this trick probably works, just to take on d4 and bishop on e7 is hanging.
Yeah, maybe it does. Yeah. So again, two good possibilities for white. So I don't think as white that you're really afraid of knight d4, but maybe in the future, of course, this is something you have to look out for.
Yeah.
But I guess if this happens right now, white is happy, because in this case, white doesn't have a bishop pair. However, I think here knights are the one that are playing, and bishop on g2 is also important piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wouldn't really, even sometimes in this situation, if you have a bishop on c1, you go exchange it with bishop g5 and you take the knight on f6, just because this bishop sometimes doesn't have any good squares to be put on.
Yeah.
But of course, it depends. It depends on situation.
No, you're totally right. Yeah, white is kind of playing for the light squares here overall, because the bishop on g2 is just pretty powerful. Yeah, that might be one reason why Gukesh played h6, just to stop also the bishop coming to g5, and of course also the knight. So yeah. I think in this position, I mean, the two most logical moves to me are either to go bishop e6 or to go bishop f5. I'm not sure what else he could think of here. I
mean, now with a5 inclusion, let's check bishop f5. That makes quite a difference. Somehow Rook has more space now.
Yeah, I agree. So our idea before was to go queen b3 here, right?
Yeah.
Also here now, I think that d4 is a more serious option, because again, the structure has changed now quite a lot, and still is probably okay for black.
Yeah.
But it has to be considered, of course.
Yeah, I mean, white at some point will go d4 when it's optimal, at its optimal position. So yeah. I mean, my optimal position, it would be that the queen is somewhere else and the rook is on d1, but if that doesn't work out, I mean, I have to do it now.
Yeah, so if you could get this idea with queen b3 followed by rook d1, it would be pretty nice.
Yeah, but some things are slightly different now, or maybe they're not that different. I was thinking if I could go something like a4. He went bishop e6, which is also very logical. I mean, development of the bishop on a very healthy square.
Yeah, and it does make more sense to play bishop e6 when he played h6 before. Yes. So, and yeah, now d4 will be harder to get because the pawn on c4 will always be hanging. And also queen b3 is probably less effective now, because after queen takes d3, the pawn on c4 will be hanging.
But also c7 will be hanging, but then the queen could be trapped.
Yeah, here it goes on, yeah.
It does go on. Please continue. So let's say queen takes c4. However, then I have knight d2, don't I?
Yeah, knight d2, and both knight on c6 and the queen on c4 are hanging.
And yeah, bye-bye. GG's. No, maybe it's not GG's. It looks like GG's, but maybe it's not. But however, yeah.
Does look like it, yeah.
It does look like it. I don't want to blunder some trick, at some point. Okay, the cat is gone now. I can fully concentrate on the analysis. Okay.
King h2.
Wow, wait, what? I mean, it does make sense. Like we said before, or you noticed before, after queen b3, queen c8 defends b7 and also attacks h3.
Yeah.
And if that is the idea, I'm not sure, but king h2 does make sense. I don't believe it's the best move.
It would be surprising if it's the best move, but it's a nice prophylactic move because, as you said, yeah, either queen c8 or queen d7 will most likely come. And then the pawn on h3 will already be protected.
Yeah. However, just I mean, it's a safe move, but I wonder if Lila suggests something else.
Yeah.
Can I check?
Yeah, please.
Let me see. Actually, king h2 was the best move by Lila. Second best was knight b5, and also queen d2, not a bad move. Okay, now we know what we need to look out for. in the next moves. Queen b3 is also a possibility, however, followed by queen d7.
Okay.
And again, h3 is hanging. So actually, king h2, very prophylactic move with, again, asking black, what are you going to do? How are you going to be prepared for my d4 break?
Yeah, hard to say. What are the logical moves here for black?
I mean, always queen. Okay, now queen d7 doesn't make a lot of sense. What can I do? What can I do? Wait, actually, that's a fair point. What do I do?
Yeah, queen d7 or queen c8 still look
Still something
useful.
to be, yeah, still, of course, because you want to put the rook on d8 and attack d3 pawn.
Yeah.
Somebody also said rook e8 is a normal move,
Yeah.
of course, but now you have two bishops on that file, so it's not as effective right now, but potentially could be very effective. Let's check queen d7. I still want to check queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7 is very logical.
And now if we go for something like Lila suggested, let's say queen d2 or something similar.
I'm kind of surprised by queen d2, I have to say. Somehow it's not the first, like,
no,
the first square that comes to mind for the queen.
Absolutely, like you would think e2 or c2 before.
Yeah.
Even a4 actually looks interesting if d3 is not hanging. Of course, something to be calculated, but yeah, it's very interesting that d2. However, if potentially sometimes bishop h6 would work, I would love it.
Yeah. It could be an idea, yeah? That's true.
Not now, but long term, sometimes it could be dangerous
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
sacrifice.
Absolutely. No, I was just thinking about what you said before, that you want to have the rook behind the pawn so that you can like help with the d4 push. Like
Yeah.
that's why queen c2 or queen e2 would be more logical, that
Yeah.
after rook d1, d4, the rook is already like kind of looking at black's queen. And with queen d2, that's somehow not the case. So I think that's why it wasn't the first intuitive move. Yeah.
I agree, it is not. I'm always also very bad with these queen moves. Like I somehow feel like what's natural is always against computers' suggestions.
Yeah.
And I think I make the best queen move, and then computers like, oh no, that's not good at all. Like move it somewhere else. And queen d2 is a good example of that. However, after rook d1 comes, I can always move it to c1, where it's very safe. Plus, it has a battery on this diagonal.
Yeah, I agree. But still, I have a hard time seeing like any like a good plan for white. Like if I go rook 88, I want to tuck back my queen to c8.
Okay, let's do the same. Rook ad1
and queen c8
and queen c8 and queen c1.
Yeah.
Boom. What you're gonna do?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think with black I would just wait here.
Try waiting.
Okay, I can also go bishop f5, just attack your pawn.
I guess wait, actually, now I'm considering bishop h6. Now I'm actually considering it, because also e5 pawn is hanging, and I think I get 3 pawns for my bishop. Can I try it, please?
Yeah, sure. So
and knight e5.
You take on e5 first, or?
Yes, let's say I take on e5 first.
Okay, I'm gonna take back, rook e5, bishop d6.
You're going to d6. So you're giving me another pawn on a5?
Yeah, I have to say, I didn't even see that this guy is hanging, but...
I don't know, I'm gonna take it, if you're giving it to me.
But now you won't get the h6 pawn, so now I'll go something like king g7, I think.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be so sure can I go 94 or something like that?
Yeah, you definitely can.
I mean, this is a game, I don't know the relation, but this is a game for blitz,
Yeah, I mean, my first guess would be that it's not completely enough
Good
for
enough.
white.
Yeah, I would say
Because
so.
the king is also pretty safe. Like if I take on e4, I'm not sure how you take back.
I take with a pawn.
Yeah, and then something like bishop g6. It seems like the king on g7 is very safe, and
Yeah, I was hoping I would have something like f4, to be honest. That's what I was counting on.
yeah,
Because then f5 could be very dangerous, also followed by e5. But again,
yeah, your rook on a5 is also you could argue maybe a bit out of the game, even though it could also join into the attack. Yeah, I mean it's one idea to consider this bishop h6 always.
I mean, yeah, of course. I just said it out of the blunt. I didn't calculate anything. And also this position is probably not great to be played on when you have a lot of time. I think this position is great when you're playing blitz.
Yeah, yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
So in these longer time controls, this is something but it should be considered. That was my point.
Yeah,
Like I'm
absolutely,
getting
yeah.
a lot of pawns plus the king is not safe. However, yeah, queen d2 again. Yeah, I mean, if I have to move it out of the way, it's not very natural.
Yeah.
However, yeah, I just want bishop h6 to happen.
You
I'm
want to see
desperate.
some action, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dink said he will try his best to strike, so I'm counting on his words. I'm counting very much, and I mean, still I think after bishop e6, king h2. It's of course black's first question. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and it seems like Lukasz is still thinking. Yeah, queen d7 does look very natural. I'm not sure what other ideas he could have.
Yeah, actually, I'm wondering myself. Somehow now that black didn't go bishop f5, kind of forcing us to go d4 or queen b3. Now, I think I have a lot of time to put my pieces on perfect squares and then open the center when I have my perfect position.
Yeah, yeah.
And I like that. I mean, after, like we said, yeah, I mean, even if I don't sacrifice my bishop,
Yeah,
even if I don't do it, I can just play very slowly, right?
yeah,
So
I
queen
mean,
d7, queen
in this
d2,
position
yeah.
after queen c1, I suggested bishop f5, but it might not be the best idea because now d4 is actually
Yeah, that was actually my original plan, but I was so tempted by bishop h6 that my fingers, couldn't stop me from playing it. But d4 is just so natural.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah.
you have everything. You have this g to b7 diagonal. You have this both ed file. I don't see anything bad happening.
Yeah, I would actually avoid this with black because now the bishop on f5 actually doesn't do much at all. So after seeing this, I thought that instead of bishop f5, maybe rook fe8 first is a better idea. And now I can also go bishop f8, maybe.
Exactly, yeah.
Also be,
Yeah, rook e8 is very logical. Yeah, rook e8 is very, very logical. And somehow, yes, this queen on c1 now doesn't make a lot of sense at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I will go knight b5, but I don't know if that does a lot, actually.
Yeah, you might still get d4.
I might. I mean, I have to at some point, but like I said, I'm slowly preparing it.
Like if I go bishop f8 now, I guess d4 is already coming.
I would guess so. I would guess so. Yeah, I think so. It could be slightly unpleasant for you.
Yeah, like if I take, you take back. I'm gonna take one more time, and I guess you take with the knight. Yeah, this inclusion of a5, a3 can be again somewhat of a weakness.
Yeah, but I mean, after Dink played a3, if not a5, what else? You know, because d4 would become.
I think a5 had to be played out.
Except if we could make an argument for knight g4 again in that position.
Yeah,
but,
true. But even then, if white gets b4, and even if you give the bishop, if b4
Yeah.
is on the board, it makes black's task significantly harder.
Yeah.
Because b5 is always in the picture.
I think I agree. I think a3 was actually a good move by Dink. I don't think it was in top suggestions by the engine. At least I didn't see it. I will check now. Oh no, actually it was. After h6, a3 was actually the best move, and then also h3 was second best. d4 was liked immediately by Lila, but of course I think that's more equalish.
Yeah.
And h3 is more ambitious also by probabilities. You know, white has more probability of winning after h3. And king h2 again, the best move, and now Gukesh is thinking, yeah.
Yep. After king h2 is thinking, yeah. Yeah, so Ding wants to wait as long as possible with pushing d4 just to give black as many choices as possible where he could go wrong. Which is a nice practical decision if he wants to play for a win.
Yes, and I like it. Yeah, longer game, positionally strong. Yeah, I'm not too mad about his preparation today, even though, you know, could be slightly different, but I'm not too mad about this position, even though everybody's saying another draw. But I mean, if you look at every game and the evaluation is 0-0, you could say, oh, this is just another draw. At least here, you know, we haven't had any exchanges at all.
Yeah.
Maybe one pawn, yeah. And the center is imbalanced. So it's not been opened yet. So when center is not open yet, you know, things can happen. Especially, like I said, this bishop h6, knight e5. Of course, I'm dreaming, but you know, at least I have a dream, yeah.
No, you have a great point, yeah. The structure is unbalanced. There are many pieces on the board, so yeah, I think you couldn't ask for that much more if you want to play for a win. Of course, the position is also very solid for black, so it's kind of harder to make mistakes for him. But it's maybe also not the position which Gukesh excels in, since it is somewhat of a slow maneuvering game, which to me it feels like is more of Ding's liking than Gukesh's.
I also believe, like, I feel like everybody's like, I know that Ding is not bad in all these tactical and dynamical positions, but I also feel like Ding can play so well in this type of structure, like especially this c4. I think he enjoys this opening a lot as well. If I remember a few years ago when I was following his games all the time, I think he was also my inspiration for a long time, because we do share the same love for Catalan. And I did watch a lot of his games, and I just think he loves these positions. And even though some people say this is not very active way to play with white pieces, I think it's the contrary. I think you don't need to throw a bomb immediately to have something. I like it when you slowly prepare the bomb and then you drop it when your opponent doesn't expect it. In this case, d4 or bishop h6, you know?
Yeah.
Wait, just preparing the bombs to happen, and then something's going to happen. And that's why rook b8 played by Gukesh, like we were discussing, queen b3 could be annoying. However, I don't like rook b8.
No, me neither.
That doesn't make sense.
Comes as a surprise, yeah. Because I felt like the rook from a8 would like to go to d8, as we analyzed before. Queen d7 seemed very logical to have rook d8 and then queen c8.
Yeah. Rook b8. Wow. I wonder what his thought process was. I guess he is preparing for this d4 break, so b7 will not be hanging. Yeah. I get it.
Now I'm just thinking, I think after queen d7 we haven't analyzed queen b3 here. Maybe that was bothering him.
Or maybe also d4 immediately was bothering him, because again, some things are hanging on the e file, maybe potentially in the future, and also the b7 pawn, he cannot play b6 because rook is hanging.
Yeah, that's also an explanation. Even
But
though
yeah, also queen b2.
here many pieces are exchanged, like,
Yeah,
and seems like the weakness on b6 doesn't matter that much. But yeah, I mean, d4 is also to be considered. Yeah.
I mean, maybe in the future, and he just didn't know what to do the first move, and maybe he felt like rook b8 was safe, you know?
No, rook b8 is definitely safe, yeah. But it might give Ding a chance to just increase the pressure a little bit more. I'm still not sure how, but I just have a hard time seeing how Gukash actually wants to develop his pieces, like, because
I agree.
he doesn't want the rook to be on b8 for the rest of the game, right?
That would be a bit ridiculous, except if he wants to go knight d4 himself. I don't think so. I think that's not what he wants, yeah?
Yeah. A knight d4 could be an idea after something like queen d2, yeah?
Yeah, or queen c2. Let's say he's thinking
Also
that
queen
queen
c2,
c2 is, or queen e2 is the idea, and then he wants to go knight d4, maybe, potentially. Just, I don't, trying to understand this idea of him. But after bishop d4, e takes d4, knight b5 looks healthy, doesn't it?
Yeah. And now, I mean, yeah, now it's starting to look a bit sketchy for black. Bishop c5 probably again has to be played to protect d4, because c5 you don't really want to play,
No,
because now the knight
no.
on b5 will be there forever.
Amazing knight.
And we do have some moves on the board, I think.
It's queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2 was played.
Yay! I guess something. No, queen c2. I was just making a move. I'm not sure that queen c2 is what I wanted to do immediately. I was thinking about knight b5 immediately, actually, because we were just trying to figure out why rook b8 is played. But I was thinking about something like knight b5 maybe first. I don't know.
Yeah, to prepare d4, yeah.
Yeah, and then I can move, I don't know, to c2, to e2 without any obligations. But okay, let's see, queen c2, Felix. What are we thinking?
Yeah, so knight d4, I'm still not sure. It might work, but knight d4, bishop takes d4, e takes d4, knight b5, I guess, and now maybe bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5. If you go for this, you go for bishop c5. Yeah. Because c6 is a threat. However, I want to play b4.
Yeah, b4 is one idea, but after I take your rook on e1 is also hanging. So you cannot take on d4 right away.
Yeah, oops. Oopsie.
And your idea earlier was to go rook e5.
Yeah.
But
it was.
Here knight d7.
I think it's everything's well protected. Wait. And after rook e2.
Now again the pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
Okay. If I go.
Now I want to b4.
Yeah, now you want to play b4, yeah.
Now I got you.
Now you got me, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This looks potentially well. I just want to say, instead of queen c2, Lila does suggest queen d2
Once
or
again,
queen d2 or queen e2 even above queen c2. So very interesting.
Yeah.
Insights, but it's not a big difference at all. It's very, very, very slight. So all three queen moves were good.
Yeah, and out of all of these three, I think that queen c2 is the most human one.
Yeah.
Most likely. Yeah, maybe knight d4 can be considered, yeah. Like.
But I don't believe it. No?
Of course, there is also knight d2, which also seems pretty logical.
Yeah. I don't think the Gukash wants to get this position today, honestly. Honestly, I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
So something else on queen c2. I mean, of course, it's not a bad move, but I believe that it's harder to play with black pieces in that situation.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I wouldn't go for it myself. We'll see if Gukash goes for it. Again, I would love to see that. But on Queen C2, maybe what is Black's idea? I don't know. Because Rook AD1 is such a strong move that's coming, I think.
Yeah.
I guess if Rook AD1 is the next move with black pieces, we could be preparing Knight D4 even more.
That's true, yeah.
So what could be the move that we would be preparing it?
Yeah, it's hard because Queen D7 does look logical, but then Knight D4 becomes even less likely probably.
Yeah.
Because then there will always be some Knight D5 there with the tempo on the Queen.
Yes. Again, I don't think we can prepare Knight D4 a lot. Yeah, somebody did suggest Bishop F5 now.
Rook D1.
Yes, so let's go Rook D1. But now, I'm stopping D4 from happening, so I have little time to see what I want to do. Which I don't know exactly what I actually want to do. I don't know, Rook E8, let's say.
There is also always G4 to consider. Also, someone in the chat pointed it out. But yeah, it's a move which you cannot take back anymore. So I'm kind of hesitant to play it.
I don't want to play it.
But I will anyway do it.
Oh.
And okay. I do have this idea also here. It probably doesn't work, but it does remind me of this Fischer plan in the Hedgehog, where Fischer went for Rook G1 and then started attacking on the king side.
Ooh, that's very ambitious. However, being a child of engines, I believe that the king is slightly too weak on H2.
Yeah, I agree. In this structure, it probably doesn't work. But where do you go? Do you go to
I don't know, actually. Because I don't... Yeah, let's go. I go to H7. Yeah, I go to H7. Are you going to go G5 immediately?
I mean, that was one of the ideas, but I have a couple of issues there. Like after G5, I take, and if I take with the knight, even knight G4 is there, which might also be an idea.
Again, yeah, a lot of tricks, yeah.
No, G4 does look a bit wrong here. I thought if I can somehow manage to get the knight to F5, it could be interesting, but I honestly don't think I'm in time for that.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in G4. It's too much.
Okay, so Rook E8?
Yeah, Rook E8. And now the question is, yeah, how do I prepare for basically everything? Can I go Queen C1 or Queen E2 or something?
Yeah.
I'm not sure though.
Let's try Queen C1. Because if you wanted the Queen on E2, he would have done it right away.
Yeah.
And I like my rooks to be kind of just controlling the files and not to have the queen in front of it.
Yes, exactly, because rook is on E8, so let's not do that. I should always consider if bishop D3 works. But I would guess it doesn't. So
yeah, probably here it might lose by knight D5. You still have E4 maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. E4 could be very annoying, yeah. Somehow.
Yeah, because yeah, E4. Okay, maybe after bishop takes D3, I can go bishop F1.
Again, E4, yeah.
Yeah, and now knight takes E4.
Ah, no, going to take it. Yeah, I guess that's the best solution.
And here I at least win the bishop pair, probably even more material.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So bishop d3 doesn't work. That's something, of course, that we need to know. But also our intuition would say it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you play queen c1, you don't even calculate bishop d3 because you're just like, obviously that doesn't work, and I don't even need to see the next move. Just intuition's wrong here. So instead of bishop d3, what do we do? Do we go knight d4 now? No, that way doesn't. Weird because knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, knight e5 is there as well.
I mean, yeah. Queen c8? Or what? What you gonna do?
Yeah, I would still go for something like this, even though now the rook on b8 is just
Wrong.
it's
wrong.
just probably useless, yeah.
So useless.
And now with all of black's pieces somewhat backwards, now bishop h6 could actually be considered again. Because before, as we saw, the rook from b8 was at least on d8, I think, if I recall it correctly.
Yeah, it was.
And here, also, again, what exactly is black's plan here?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
I'm also not sure what white's plan is, to be fair.
I mean, I'm preparing d4.
But once you go queen c8, I might be able to go knight d5.
Also, yeah, knight b5, knight d5. I have so many possibilities.
I mean, if I can get knight d5, I think it could become pretty dangerous for black.
Yeah. I don't know. Felix, these are not my positions. Again, like yesterday, this is very similar to yesterday's game somehow. Just it's when the structure is not symmetrical, it's so hard sometimes to understand the positions.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And somebody also suggested so bishop a5, rook a d1, knight d4 immediately. So now basically that I would be forced to take on d4. However, I think now I can just take knight d4, e takes d4, bishop d4, and I'm winning a pawn after queen d4, rook takes c7.
Yeah, that does look pretty good.
Of course, I need to consider queen c4.
Yeah.
I should consider it. But I still think I'm winning a pawn after takes, bishop c2, rook d2, bishop b3, take on c7.
Yeah, at least black has to be very careful here if white is not better even.
Yeah, I'm not sure again, but I think this is good.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, knight d4 is not like, it's really typically not a problem, but of course I should keep it in mind.
Absolutely.
I also don't think that Gukash will go bishop f5, but I don't know what else he can do after queen c2, to be honest.
I mean,
have no
he
idea.
might be calculating knight d4 right away.
Yeah, that could be true.
It still wasn't entirely obvious. It did feel a little bit wrong to us, but maybe it's not so clear.
Let's go for it. So yeah, knight d4 takes, but after knight b5, what you gonna do?
Yeah, so bishop c5 was my original idea.
Yeah, okay, but and after rook e5, are you going to go b6? Are you going to maybe b6 is not bad actually.
I could go b6, yeah. But now b4, right? Kukash played rook e8.
Very healthy move, yeah.
And I expecting to play rook d1. I guess.
Or knight b5. But
you still want to avoid knight d4, yeah, if you can. Or
I will go rook d1 actually, yeah. Let's go rook d1. But now, if after knight d4, I think this is slightly better. This is better situation for black than one move before.
rook on e8 is probably more useful than the rook on e1, but does it make such a big difference?
I don't know. Let's go bishop c5 again.
And rook e5.
You know what I just noticed? Even before, after b6, does b4 work?
I thought it does.
Yeah, it could be a bit annoying if that works. Just slightly.
Yeah, I mean, even this, you might be able just to take, and after, I assume, knight f takes d4, just move the bishop to, let's say, d7.
Mm-hmm.
Still might not be the end of the world.
Oh.
But Ding has played knight b5 first, yeah, your suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, both moves look healthy, but rook ad1 looks safe. But you need to consider, I like this for white, you know, I just like it. So I wouldn't mind playing rook ad1 actually. In fact, I think if I play this position, I will go rook ad1.
Yeah, but also knight b5, I mean.
No, very healthy again. Like you're stopping all these ideas with knight d4. Next move, you're gonna go rook d1. Your opponent cannot stop you at all.
Yeah, and it's hard for black to find a plan actually here. At least to me it is.
Yeah, I mean, also I think the engine did love. Wow, Lila. Okay, Lila loves knight d5, of course, but you will never guess what was her second suggestion instead of knight b5.
It wasn't rook ad1?
No.
Okay, then I have no idea.
Just make one guess.
So instead of knight b5, there was...
Yes.
But knight b5 was the best, or...
Yes, the best. The best, but I mean, the second one is not that far from being the best. I'm just so shocked. It's a shock.
It's not g4. It's not g4, right?
No, it's not g4. It's queen d2.
Again?
Yeah, so you went queen from d1 to c2 in the previous move, and the engine still wants to go queen d2 from here.
Yeah, that's surprising. I'm still having a hard time to fully grasp the concept behind queen d2.
I don't know. But Lila's ideas, for example, queen d2, bishop f8, rook ad1, knight d4, knight e5. So I guess she just wants to avoid knight d4 being attacked by attacking the queen on c2. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
The reason.
And Ding does stop that idea with knight d4 by playing knight b5 instead.
Yes, I like it. I like knight b5.
And now, I'm just curious, if Ding would have started with rook ad1, does Lila show what is the best here?
Yeah, it's actually knight d4.
It is knight d4. Okay, that kind of answers our question.
Yes, and she doesn't even take on d4. She just goes queen c1.
Interesting, but
oh my god, look at this line: rook ad1, knight d4, queen c1, bishop c5, queen d2.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah.
Knight b3, queen c2, knight d4, bishop d4.
I don't understand anything here.
I don't. Lila, please join the stream sometimes. You know, I would love to hear your explanation. No, this is crazy. I don't get it either. But it's very nice to see these insights.
Yeah.
It's not human. It's not human for sure.
You think we're gonna have some AI-driven commentators sometime? Like Lila commenting for the stream.
It would be so interesting if they could manage to do that and try to also include, you know, the thought process behind it.
I think it's only a matter of time, to be honest. But it is kind of a scary thought, at least to me.
It is very scary. But imagine you and Lila commentating the World Championship, and you're just suggesting human moves, and Lila's like, that's trash.
Yeah, it would be kind of like
how are you a grandmaster?
Embarrassing. Yeah, I would be.
I would love to see that. Actually, I would love to watch that, but it is scary. It is scary, especially with these new Tesla robots everywhere now, and it's you know, I don't support. I mean, we watched too many movies about that, and it never ends well.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously now chess is more of a computer game than romantic game, so it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that chess was kind of like the pioneer experiment, I would say, when it comes to AI, because I remember, was it in the 90s, I think, when the first like real strong computers started to analyze chess.
Yes, yes,
And then the more groundbreaking thing was Lila Zero, yeah, that is kind of like the actually
yeah,
AI-driven chess engine.
yes,
And as we saw, the developer of that program is now a Nobel Prize winner,
yes.
which was
Crazy.
cool to see, a chess player to win such a prestigious prize.
Yes, it is. It's amazing. It's great for chess. It's great. It's great overall. I mean, I mean, just kudos to these smart people that can do these things. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not very talented in that department. I don't study it, but it's absolutely something that interests me. But of course, as chess players, Felix, we also don't have a lot of time to do anything else but chess very often.
Yeah, that's often the case. Yeah, that's true.
So after bishop f5 was played by Gukesh and rook d1 immediately by Ding. Not surprising at all. I would mention the times. Maybe it's move 16, Ding with 53 minutes and Gukesh with 1 hour and 1 minute. So they're very close. Plus, they do have a lot of time for the rest of the game. Good time management today, I think, by both.
Yeah, at least it's quite a bit better than yesterday.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So yeah, I'm not really worried about at least about Ding's time management in this position, because it seems like White's moves are fairly easy to make, and Black has to watch out for all these pawn breaks. I mean, especially d4.
Yeah, especially for d4. And I'm just trying to look at the engine evaluations. Somehow I think that Black doesn't have a lot of good moves here.
Yeah. Again,
In fact, somehow only 2 moves maybe.
I would love to see Queen d7, Rook b d8, and then Queen c8.
I think, yeah.
If I get this setup with Black, I would be fairly happy, but now it's maybe already a bit too late for that. Because what's your next move as White? Is it Queen c3 or?
Wow, I didn't even consider Queen c3 because I was so focused on Queen c1 before. But
Yeah, Queen c3 or Queen c1. I thought either of those two.
Either are very good. I like them both. I like them both.
But you were mentioning that Black only has two good moves here.
I would think so. Also, I'm looking at CC, not only Lila, and I think they're both in kind of the agreement that there are two moves that don't give more than 40% chances of White winning.
And Ding played knight d7. Is it one of them?
No.
All right. So Ding does have some chances here, if I understand
absolutely.
it.
The 2 moves I think were bishop f8 and queen c8.
Queen c8. Yeah. So bishop f8 does seem fairly logical, or queen c8.
I mean, this is still not obviously like +1 situation, but you know, whenever we get something more than +02, I think something's happening, yeah?
Yeah. And Queen c8 already is not that obvious, I would say, because yeah, the rook on b8 is just silly. As I said before, Black would love to have this setup with, at least from my perspective, he would love to have Queen d7, Rook d8, and then only to have Queen c8. But here, I guess that Queen d7 is already a bit too slow, because something like Queen c3 or Queen c1 followed by d4 could be detrimental for Black.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it just White's so fast now with this rook on d1. This is now my perfect position, Felix. Like I said before, I move the queen, put the rook on d1. Knight is on b5, stopping any idea from Black. This is perfect position for White, and I wouldn't say it's drawish at all. So
yeah, the position is just so many pieces on the board, and anything can basically happen here. Knight d7 is another pretty standard maneuver, I would say, but Black's pieces do seem just all a bit passive. So what Black, I guess, wants to do is either to get bishop c5 to trade these bishops, or to somehow reroute the knight to e6. But I would be worried for black here already that some d4 might already come, like queen c1 or queen c3. Both look fairly.
Yeah, and let's check something. I mean, knight d7 has an idea, like you said. The idea is logical, either knight c5, even maybe bishop c5, followed by knight e6, knight d4, finally doing something, because before we were like, what is even black's plan? Like, if bishop f8 was the best move, come on, you know?
Yeah.
You know, what is the plan of bishop f8? Basically nothing except preparing for d4. And that's what black needs to be prepared for the d4. So let's think about queen c3. I wonder what's happening. Do I go bishop f6 with black, maybe? Is that the idea?
Yeah, that does make sense. Threatening e4. I mean, I guess I could argue to go queen c1 now, because maybe your bishop on f6 could in fact be a little misplaced. At least now you don't get a knight c5 or bishop c5.
Yeah, I was considering that, but at the same time, if I go queen c1 immediately, is either knight c5 or bishop c5 a good move?
Yeah,
this is maybe what we need to consider first.
That's a good point.
Let's start with knight c5. And I go d4. Does knight d3 work?
Does it work? Yeah, I will try it.
Does knight d3 work?
So you have to give the exchange somehow. I'm assuming you just take on d3.
Yeah, let's say I take rook d3, bishop d3, and now I take d takes c5, I guess.
Could also go d5 maybe.
Ooh, d5. Let's go d5.
Because black does have to go knight d4.
You don't think e4 works?
E4. I totally missed that idea.
Yeah.
E4 might work, yeah. Also not entirely obvious. Like, take on c6, take on f3, bc6, and now either knight d4 or knight a7 still. Or even bishop c6 right away.
Yeah, okay, maybe let's not give our an exchange yet, right? I don't know. Do you think this is good?
It's hard to say. I was more trying to figure out after d5, knight d4 how big white's compensation actually is.
Yeah, I mean, I would try to avoid giving any material if it's not needed, especially when it's not clear, right?
Yeah, but after knight c5, what else can you do?
By the way, Felix, would you just mind refreshing the live board?
Oh yeah,
because it's
absolutely.
stuck.
It hasn't been.
Yeah, it's stuck. Just sometimes, yes, it does that.
Thanks for letting me know.
No, it's fine. I mean, we love technical issues. It's our thing.
Okay, now it should be refreshed.
Yeah, perfect.
It's good.
Perfect. Yes, good. I mean, yeah, I don't know. After knight d7, queen c1, knight c5. I mean, going d4 if it's not necessary. You know, I'm not. Even after knight d3, I should also consider d takes e5 instead of also taking rook d6. Too many options, you know.
Yeah, also queen b1 or queen c2, I thought are
Ooh, queen b1,
ideas.
But the problem is after queen b1, knight e1, queen e5, knight f3, or knight g2 is just good enough for black. Knight g2 probably.
Knight g2, yeah.
I think that's good for black.
Yeah.
Without this g2 bishop, I think it's very hard.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, but what if I go queen c1, knight c5, queen c3?
Yeah,
Again, maneuvering this queen from up and down and up and down. I don't know what's happening, to be honest.
again, taking on d3 seems somewhat risky, but I will try it.
Stop the challenges. Yeah, e4 is coming. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, let's consider queen c3 first instead of queen c1.
We get back to the start, yeah?
Let's go
Queen
back
c3.
to the... Yes, let's go here.
So you suggest bishop f6 here, which seemed very
Yeah.
logical.
And now I like your queen c1 much more, that knight c5 is not coming.
Yeah. Knight c5 is not coming, and d4 still is in the picture. Also, now, yeah, I mean, g4 is still at least kind of in the picture. It will still probably not really work, but...
Yeah, it's true. I don't know. I'm just like, given that knight d7 is not the best move, my fingers are just like, I want to check the computer's move, but it's I will not do it. This is engine free stream. At least a little bit less than before. So
yeah, we can check it at some point. Maybe
at some point, but
maybe
not yet.
once Sting makes his move.
Yeah, we will do that. Good point. Yeah, and after queen c1, what does black even do actually? I mean, is d4 a huge threat? What if I go, let's say I go queen c8? It's a move that gets away from the d file, so I'm just, I would just want to know what's your plan with white.
I mean, now, I mean, I would really start thinking about g4 because
really,
your queen is not really there anymore, and I might start throwing in some pieces.
Okay, and after bishop h7,
Bishop h7, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I could say bishop g6 as well. I don't think I mind anything from...
Okay, let's say g5 takes, knight g5.
And I go bishop f5. I could also go bishop g6. I don't think it's a big deal, to be honest. But because now after bishop f5, I don't know what's going on after bishop d5 as well.
Yeah, bishop d5 is one of the... Okay, so you could go bishop g6, yeah, just to...
I will go bishop g6, yeah.
And I thought I might play slowly, like knight e4 and then rook g1, but you also have your own ideas, like knight e4, bishop e7, and all of a sudden f5 might come as well.
Complications. But
yeah.
I mean, I would still believe in white's position, even though things are opening up. I mean, I would still consider d4 to be a good move or something.
In the end of the line we had?
Maybe not yet.
Yeah, I mean, g4 is of course very committal, and it's not clear if white even has to go for that.
Yeah, somehow I don't support g4. I'm always for g4 moves, but I don't think when there's so much play in the center that I want to go for it.
Yeah, like what about d4 right away? I mean,
yeah, let's do that.
So he takes d4, I guess. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4 and knight takes d4.
Yes. And now what do I take with? Bishop or knight?
I thought knight takes d4.
Let's go knight takes, yeah. This is, I think I like it, and I want to go c5 the next move, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Not sure, but maybe.
Well, first of all, black has to do something about the bishop.
Do you want to go, yeah.
Do I want to go bishop e4, or even can I go bishop e4?
I hope not, because I don't want to calculate.
Let's try it.
No, Felix, stop. Make it easy. So, what are we going to do now? Maybe you can go for that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah, not so clear.
Yeah.
Still, you could go like c5 maybe here.
Yeah, but bishop g2, king g2.
And knight e5 or something.
Knight e5. Yeah, I hate that knight e5 is a move. Despise it.
Yeah, looks fine for black to me.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we lost our advantage after d4.
Yeah. Yeah, also not easy for white to actually keep something. And Ding is still thinking after 97.
Yes, as he should, obviously. I mean, maybe queen c1 is, queen c3 is also not the best way to play. Can I do something else than queen c3 or queen c1? I mean, I could play queen d2 as Engine loves it so much, but it's not a human move, I guess.
Yeah, queen d2 is hard to believe.
I do agree. It's hard to believe. Yeah, I do agree with it. What else? What else? Checking. What about g5 in the line with it on d4? I don't know. I mean, I just want to consider queen d2. I just want to think about it. Because if it makes my life easier with all these pins gone, I want to do it. So after knight c5, for example.
Knight c5 or maybe also bishop c5.
Also bishop c5, yeah, of course, also bishop c5. However, I was thinking after bishop c5, knight c5, that I will take something on e5. Oh no, I can't because
Yeah,
I can take on e5.
Still protected.
Yeah, I would have to go d4. And again, I don't think I have an advantage after that. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
So
also
maybe
knight
not.
b3 is there, and many pieces would exchange.
Yeah, I was hoping somehow if something moves to c5, I can still go knight e5 followed by d4, but I think that's way too complicated and it doesn't work because something on c4 will be hanging. So after bishop c5, that means that you're fine. Oh wow, this is 97 looks wrong, but somehow I just, it's so hard to find the right response.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow.
But still, yeah, bishop c5, maybe d4. Now it's,
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, but you take?
I'll take.
Knight, yeah, takes. Knight takes.
And now knight takes d4.
You take with the knight, okay.
And b4 is coming. Also a5 is hanging, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, so d4 immediately is good, okay.
Maybe that's also one idea of queen d2, sometimes to have either b4 and also to have a look on the, have an eye on the pawn on a5.
Okay, but I want to check, okay, so if bishop c5, d4 is good, because you don't have any other options than to take on d4 anyway. What if I go knight c5 instead of bishop c5?
That's a good point.
Can I still go d4? Yeah, sorry, or you have any other suggestion?
Yeah, probably I have to go d4 because d3 is also hanging, I guess.
At this point, I'm not sure what everything's hanging, you know?
Did Ding play queen d2?
Yes!
Yeah, that's actually like fascinating. Yeah, because he did play queen c2 like 3 moves ago.
Yes!
And he realizes that the position has changed now and that his queen would actually rather be on d2 most likely. And was queen d2 in fact the best move?
I don't know. I actually, it was so tempting for me to check. Queen d2 was the best move.
Yeah, so Ding is playing really well in this game, it seems.
Wow. No, to find queen d2, I mean, this is hard.
Yeah.
This is hard. This is tough. And again, I think only one move that is probably not lost. I'm just gonna open Stockfish now.
Lost even.
No, sorry, I maybe I misjudged it. Not lost, but one move is clearly the best, and other moves are already plus 0.7. Of course, that's not lost, but
Yeah, but still, it's quite a lot, yeah.
and bishop c5 is not a good move at all. I think bishop c5 is actually lost. Wait, let me check. Let me check. Yeah, bishop c5 is already lost after d4.
Yeah, d4 is very strong.
But I think we were right because knight c5 is, I think, the most challenging.
Knight c5, yeah. And what do we do here?
Yeah, again, like you said, d3 is hanging, so
yeah. What about d4?
Yes, bishop. I want to say bishop f1 looks passive, so let's think about d4. And now again, the question is, does black take, or do we put something on d3 somehow?
Or knight b3, maybe.
Knight b3?
Yeah, just to exchange some as many minor pieces as possible.
Okay, but knight b3, don't I go queen c3?
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure what happens here, but probably it's in white's favor, yeah, this variation right here.
I mean, again, a5 is hanging, and if you take, I don't know, I think this looks great. Except if bishop f6 is a good move,
I was trying to figure out bishop f6, but
bishop f6, I mean, what can we do? I mean, knight c6,
knight c6 is probably
bishop
winning, yeah.
c3,
and now rook d8, I guess.
Rook d8.
Wait, also we can just what? No, it's not that easy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, rook d8.
Rook d8, bishop e1, maybe.
And now rook takes b8.
Oh wait, I'm a piece up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. So I have to take rook d8 though. So instead of rook, bishop e1, rook b takes d8.
Still, you're causing trouble for me.
I am.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's not clear. So bishop f6.
I mean, I have to now take.
You have to take something, yeah.
Okay, this is confusing. This is confusing.
It is. It is.
No, maybe 96 is a bit too much. I was thinking even about bishop c6.
And if bc?
And if bc, queen a5.
Like this, yeah.
I'm not sure.
But bishop, your bishop on f5 is also hanging in the end.
Yeah, I don't know, Felix. This is hard.
Yeah.
Can I just check what happens after bishop f6, please?
Yeah, sure.
It is bishop c6, yeah. In fact, it's +1.
And then to take on a5, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Good.
So knight b3 is probably not the best for black after d4.
I don't think so, yeah. But it's, of course, like you said, this needs to be checked. If bishop f6 is so strong, of course, it's not easy.
Yeah. So what were you also said that knight d3 might be something you would think about,
yes.
right?
Let's think about knight d3. I mean, we are attacking e1, so it is important to be considered. Can I just move it somewhere? No, that's too slow. That's too slow. Wait, that's too slow.
Probably, because yeah.
If I go, I don't know, let's say rook g1, like we wanted to go before with a g4, g5 plan. The question is, do you have e4? Or even taking on d4? I don't know.
Yeah, e4 is somehow we never even mentioned e4 as a move.
Yeah.
Because in most cases the pawn on e4 would have just become very weak. especially if knight d2 is in the mix. But here it might not be that easy.
I agree. And in fact, I don't want to move my rook. I want to sacrifice it. So let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that instead.
If it's possible. Again, d5 would be somewhat similar to something which we might have seen before.
Okay, but let's check it. So d5, knight e1, queen e1, for example, right? Or what are you going to do?
Not sure. But yeah, let's say queen e1, yeah?
Because your only move is knight d4, right?
Yeah, and then I can take with the knight twice, and then in the end the pawn a5 will drop as well. So I have 2 pawns for the exchange and very, very active pieces.
Yeah.
So this does look promising for white to me.
It's promising. Yeah, and a5 is also hanging. I think that's also very important.
Yeah.
I think that's quite important actually at the end for the compensation.
Yeah, absolutely.
So queen on d2 coming through, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like you said, knight through d5. I was also just trying to consider as well, what if I just take d takes e5?
After knight d3. After knight d3, d takes e5, right?
Yes, yes.
And if knight e1, again, just queen e1.
Yes, queen e1.
And queen c8.
G4. No, maybe I don't need to go g4. No, I was just trying to think maybe knight d4 or let's go knight fd4. Even though, no, maybe that's not enough compared to the line that we had before.
Yeah,
I think that was better.
That looked more ambitious. Yeah, I mean here it might be enough compensation for white, but here it's also only 1 pawn, and then in the other variation it was 2 pawns in fact for the exchange.
Yeah, I think the other variation is much better. I just wanted to consider if that's something to be played, of course.
So knight d3 also not fully convincing, which leaves us with probably the most logical move, e takes d4.
Let's go for it.
Also knight e4 was there first, yeah, instead of ed, but let's say knight.
Oh, sorry, yes. No, somebody also suggested in the chat, isn't the queen almost trapped on c8 after knight a7, but in the line knight d3 takes this. But somehow it always has some escape squares, I think. So,
but yeah, that's a nice trick to watch out for knight a7 when the queen could be in fact trapped.
Yeah, like something like knight d4, knight e5, knight a7, but she just might be coming through. Yeah, very slightly, but she might. Yeah, I think we just prefer the other line with d5. I think it's much more ambitious.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you said, e takes d4. We could take with an or knight d4. Yeah, let's go knight d4. Yeah, first to see what's going on. What is going on?
Are you sure you want to take with the knight first?
No, I just want to check what's going on.
Because here I might have the extra option to actually take with the bishop.
Oh.
But yeah, I don't really want.
What do you want? I don't know what you want.
Okay, let's just take with the knight and take again, because still a5 is hanging as well.
Yeah. Sorry, you take with the knight on d4. Sorry, you just convinced me with bishop d4 because I like rook e5.
Yeah, that was also one idea.
And I was just trying to calculate all these lines with knight b3.
But if I just go back with the bishop.
Yeah, you can just probably do that and it's fine. I was hoping I could have something that's annoying, but
I mean, my idea with bishop d4 was just to take with the knight, and then again the same idea with the double attack, but it might make more sense just to do that by capturing with the knight, not to lose the bishop pair.
Yeah, let's oh, you're taking with the b knight? No, it doesn't matter.
I thought it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, and after bishop g6, I guess you were taking a5,
Yeah,
right?
and I don't really see the compensation here. Like, you could jump in knight d3, but I'll just go rook e2.
Simple and effective.
Still,
I'm pawn up.
might go on bishop f6.
Okay. Okay. I was. Yeah. Can I go knight b5 anyway? Or queen c? No, queen c3 is not good.
Queen c3, there might be c5.
c5, yeah, c5.
Yeah, so knight b5.
Yeah.
And can I go c6?
Yeah, I guess you can. I don't know. I mean, I could shoot, I don't know, bishop b6 though.
Yeah.
I don't know, queen d7 or queen c8. Queen c8, for example. No, queen c8 is
Yeah.
followed by knight d6.
I mean, even rook e2 might be something to consider. Yeah, just give the queen and knight is hanging.
Oh
Pawn on
my.
f2 is hanging. Pawn on b2 is hanging.
I have a headache from this position.
Yeah, that might not be as simple as we thought.
Okay. So let's stop complicating. So after d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop g6. Yeah. What if I go queen c3, queen e2?
Yeah, queen c3 still keeps an eye on the pawn on a5 and asks black the question, where does he actually put the queen?
But I always am scared of bishop f6 though. I'm just scared of this move.
Yeah, maybe still
at
bishop
that
f6
point.
works, yeah.
I'm afraid of it at this point, yeah. That's why I was thinking about queen e2, so I could also jump away somehow. But no, I don't know, Felix. This is so complicated. This is...
Yeah, after
without the engine, it's so hard.
But
after d4, I mean, this looks good. Honestly, let's be honest. This looks good.
Yeah, I agree.
But it's still complicated somehow. Yeah, I mean, after I would still take queen a5, but knight d3, I don't know. Maybe I'm just complicating too much. Also, why did I take with the knight on d4? Can I take with the bishop maybe?
Yeah,
Bishop d4.
that's why I thought that e takes d4 might be the better move order for black after d4. Because
Okay.
now bishop takes d4 feels a bit wrong.
No, but I will still play knight f takes d4, and what you're gonna do?
Knight takes d4?
And bishop d4.
Ah, you want to capture like this. Okay.
Yeah.
And if I go c6?
You think you can go c6?
I hope so.
You are brave, man. I don't know, I was hoping to have something like queen f4. Again, so many complications.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Because also now I have to consider knight d3.
Yeah. Hard to say, huh?
This is so difficult. This is ridiculously difficult for me. I mean, now on knight f1 I can play queen g4 because then I can have everything protected somehow. I mean, maybe you have bishop f6 though.
Yeah.
You have bishop f6. I want this to stop, Felix. I have a headache. This is so hard.
Yeah, the position looks so harmless, but whenever d4 comes, it becomes really complicated. And that's most likely what Gukash is currently trying to figure out.
Wow, yeah, it is. I mean, this is extremely difficult.
But he basically has to go for knight c5 by now, right? I mean, otherwise his whole concept is kind of failing, I guess. Or does he have any other ideas?
Who? You mean Gukesh?
Yeah, after queen d2.
No, I think knight c5 is just clearly the best move. I think it's clearly the best move.
Yeah.
I mean, he could play a4, but I mean, what does a4 do? You know, nothing much, because d4 is coming anyway. And knight c5, I think, is the most challenging.
Yeah,
but I also think Gukesh is suffering a lot right now.
Yeah, it's a hard decision for him to make. And it's maybe not what he was hoping for in a basically must-draw game, or kind of, yeah, that a draw would be at least a very comfortable result for him.
Absolutely. And I think we have like deja vu from yesterday where Dink played this d4 and it was leading to these complex pawn structures. And today Gukesh, in basically he could just draw situation, stable situation, goes for d4 himself. Which, okay, of course, knight c6 is a good line, but whenever you do that, you take a risk of imbalanced positions. And I don't think he needed to do that today as well. And it just shows how these positions are so strange.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
And absolutely anything could happen, especially with after this knight c5. Honestly, I mean, d4, it's very logical. Of course, d4 is very logical, but yeah, e takes d4. It just feels right for white, but it doesn't mean that it's clear.
No, it's not clear at all.
But I want to go through it again. So d4, e takes d4. What are we taking with?
I'm trying to calculate it.
It's very tough. This is very tough. Chat suggests. Please tell us what's the best move after here.
Help us a little bit. What are your suggestions?
Because yeah, this is not an easy position. Whatever you want to say, if you look at the engine, it is very easy. But if you don't look at the engine, I think a lot of pieces could be hanging.
So still, this seems like the most, I don't know, most logical approach to me, to just take twice with the knight. And here we had bishop g6, yeah?
Yeah, I would resign with both colors. I like that. Sorry. So we have a position. So we took with the knight 2 times.
Yeah, and bishop g6 was our line from before, I think.
Yes, and people are suggesting bishop f4, but I somehow knight d3 is a big threat for black.
Yeah, knight d3 seems unpleasant.
So I accept if we're missing some tactics, this is something we don't want to do, yeah?
Yeah, but I was just thinking about the line we had before again. After bishop g6, queen takes a5. Now we had knight d3.
Yeah.
And I only suggested rook e2 now, but I guess it could also be possible just to move white's knight and pin the queen and the knight on the d4.
Yeah, I think I suggested knight b5, which was...
Was it knight b5? Because knight f5 might also be an option.
Yeah, I like knight a5.
I'm blocking your bishop, and also maybe I want to take on e7 in some cases.
Knight f5, yeah, and again asking some tough questions to me. And if I go bishop f6,
Thought I might win the knight with bishop f1, but
I mean, you could, but then also you always need to be scared of b6, in my opinion.
yeah, b6 is also in the picture. Yeah.
Because f5 now, knight will be hanging at some point as well. I give up.
Yeah, it's still very hard to.
I offer draw. No, I'm kidding.
Understand.
I don't know. I don't know what I would do. This is stuff. I think, Felix, this is type of position where I would trust my intuition combined with some calculation. Of course, I would not play a move without calculation, but somehow this is where you need to turn on your intuition, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But it's also not a type of position, as you said, where intuition alone will be enough. Because your intuitive move might just fail because of some hidden tactic. So as you pointed out, yeah, it should be probably a mix between concrete calculation and intuition as well.
Yeah. And again, I don't know what the evaluation of this position is at all.
Yeah, me neither. That makes two of us.
I don't know. Sometimes it would be nice to have engine next to you just to tell you the evaluation, if nothing else, right?
Yeah.
And yes, like to stop chess for some time, somebody did say that we look like the cast of Twilight movie.
What, the two of us, or?
Yes, the two of us. We could play in Twilight.
I guess that's a compliment, yeah? Or
you mean we look like vampires? Are we that pale? No, yeah,
it depends.
I am pale.
It depends how you see it. Yeah, you might see it as a compliment or
no,
as an insult. But,
yeah. No, I mean, just to sidestep from chess positions. I mean, also as commentators, we calculate a lot, so we need to take a break from our brain processing, you know. And I like this kind of comments. Laura looks very pale. Yeah, I haven't been in the sun for years. I've been stuck in this streaming room forever.
Yeah, that's the reality of chess players.
Yeah, that's true. It is what it is.
So Kukash is still thinking here, which, yeah, I would suggest that we leave it up to them to figure out this mess, and that we go for a small break, if that's all right with you, Laura.
I guess I need some sun, so yeah. I guess we should take a break.
Absolutely, yeah. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, and yeah, by then I'm sure we'll have a move. So yeah, stay here, everyone, and we'll be back soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Gukesh and Ding Liren. Round 12 is what we have here. I'm joined by International Master Laura Unuk. Welcome back, Laura. And
Hello.
yeah, there have been quite some developments in the game. So let's jump right into the main analysis. We have picked up our analysis. I mean, we stopped our analysis for the break after the move knight d7 and queen d2. And here we were trying to figure out what happens after knight c5 and d4. Still, it seemed like white was on top here, but it was far from clear to us at least. But Gukesh went for the move bishop g6, which then was answered by d4, kind of the thematic push which white was playing for all the time. And Gukesh did not want to open up the files, but went e4. So I think he was kind of arguing that the bishop on g6 was better placed. And yeah, knight g1 happened, kind of the only square where white can go. And it might look a little bit passive to put the knight here on the first rank, but later on the knight come back to e2 and then to f4 possibly. And as we, I think, mentioned before, the pawn on e4 is a pretty big weakness, and white does have this nice central pawn mess now. Knight b6 happened, and queen c3 was currently played by Ding, and this is the position we have now. What do you think, Laura?
Yeah, I honestly like bishop g6. I mean, it's very easy for us, or at least for me, because I did pick at the best moves for Gukesh. And it was clearly the most challenging was knight c5 because it asked quite a lot of questions. And this bishop g6 is just like slightly passive, but yes, he's saying basically I will play e4 and now your knight on g1, you will need to spend a lot of tempos to get it back into the game, and in the meantime I will try my best not to lose. I think that's his thought process.
Yeah.
And if we do say yes after d4, which was clearly the best, because we were discussing this d4, Felix, for basically whole game since the start of the game, that this was the best chance for Dings to somehow break the center and make this position interesting. And he played it in a perfect situation. We put all the pieces on the best square, king on h2 where it protects the h3 pawn, rook on e1, d1, queen is even on d2 now that it's making even more pressure on the black's position. And okay, yes, after e4, knight g1, knight d6, queen c3. Queen c3 for me is absolutely very logical. I mean, it protects knight c4, but I do have to admit I saw Lila's pick instead of queen c3, and it was bishop f4.
Oh, wow. You're just going after the pawn on c7? And I'm just wondering here, after knight takes c4?
Yes, what's actually happening, yeah? Tell me.
Is the no, I'm still not entirely sure.
I mean, it could be something connected to queen e2 followed by d5. However, let me not be smart and I will actually check. After bishop f4, actually knight c4 is not a good move. You know what? I will... yes, actually queen e2, the only move, of course.
And after knight d6?
d5.
d5,
yes.
I see.
Yes. It's just very computer-like line and it's not really natural to play. If you can turn on your evaluation also in this position to show the chat, it's basically +2. The compensation for the pawn, even with the knight on g1, is, you know, out of this world. In fact, this is winning, yeah. And Sisi, instead of bishop f4, wanted to play bishop f1.
I see. Just to protect the pawn like that. Also not, yeah. I guess queen c3 can hardly be criticized. It does look pretty natural.
Yeah.
But
I agree. Because again, it's challenging for black to even find an idea.
Yeah, I guess that d5 is quite a big threat here. That would be at least my...
Yes, it is. Actually, queen c3 by Lila's second best move,
okay.
So it's not bad. It's such a human move, and I absolutely do not judge it. We should not judge it, yeah.
Yeah, and black has to watch out for d5. Also, the very slow idea knight e2 followed by knight f4 seems pretty powerful as well.
Very nice, yeah.
And the pawn on
Just,
a5
yeah.
is actually now a big weakness. Bishop f6 was played, by the way.
I also think this is a very human move. Like, if you put a queen on c3, I'm gonna put my bishop on active square and annoy the queen, so you cannot go d5.
Yeah.
So what shall we do now? Shall we play knight e2?
Yeah, it does look very, very logical. Knight e2.
I'm just trying to see if we have any other tricks than that we could maybe play something still connected to some activity like bishop f4, but I think knight e2 is just very safe.
Yeah, both. Bishop f4 also makes sense, but Ding played knight e2.
Oh no, I think it was me.
Okay, okay.
I think it was not him yet.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Position is after bishop f6. Yeah, so knight e2 is one idea.
Yeah, I think it's very logical because the idea is, of course, to protect d4 while I can play bishop f4 in a very calm way the next move. But yeah, yeah, and actually this is where we can see the difference between queen c3 and bishop f1 because d5 is inevitable after bishop f1. However, I would not be so happy after knight e5 because then f3 square becomes extra weak with the bishop at f1. So.
That's true, yeah. Then in that case, white's knight on g1 is somehow has to stay there.
Has to stay there, and I don't really want to have that. I want my bishop on g2, and I want my knight on e2, maybe followed by knight f4, maybe followed by bishop f4.
Yeah.
And I'm happy. I think I'm happy. I think the best move instead of bishop f6 was f5 by black, but again, is it really a natural move to be played?
I guess you can make an argument for it. Also, black might have some dreams of counterplay on the king side, but it also does weaken the king side even more. Like the e6 square is now a weakness. We can imagine d5 happening, and if the knight comes to f4, e6 is a weakness. Yeah, not an easy decision either. I think bishop f6 is quite logical, just to avoid d5 at least for now.
Absolutely. And like I said, bishop f6 is just a very human move, and I really think Gukesh's mindset right now is, I will try my best not to lose because I know I'm in a worse position. Like, I don't even know what my idea is. I just need to cause problems for white.
Yeah.
I think he was in a very similar situation yesterday after this g3. He spent 1 hour on it, and I think he was thinking, okay, I just need to play move by move and not think too much ahead. I just need to save my situation move by move. And this is, I think, bishop f6 is playing move by move. He has the same mindset as yesterday. And the question is, will Ding, with 30 minutes on the clock, be able not to get in time trouble and finish this game in his direction?
Yeah, I mean, both players are now around 25 minutes. So it's not only Ding in this game who is under serious time pressure.
Absolutely, yeah.
After only 20 moves, yeah, it's not as bad as yesterday.
No.
But still, it's quite concerning, both of their time on the clock.
I mean, I understand why Gukesh spent so much time, because honestly, when you're struggling in a position, you need to spend time now, because if you're going to play fast moves without ideas, your position is just going to get worse and worse.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
However, his moves were not the best, at least by computer analysis. Engines completely disagreed with knight d7, for example, and rook b8. Rook b8, knight d7, they don't like these moves.
Yeah, with rook b8, I can also kind of agree that it was a little bit of a bit too much of a careful move.
Yeah,
I think he somehow had the feeling that his position is anyway super solid and that he can make such moves without getting in trouble for it. But it turns out White had his own idea as well, which is to push d4 at some point, and it turns out this rook b8 move was then not that useful.
Yeah, it turns out, in fact, it is gonna cause even more problems. as bishop f4 will probably come in the future, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then this will need to be protected even in an extra way. Okay, let's think about it. 92. Again, black. What are you going to play?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what Ding is thinking about here. Like, he has been spending already how much time for 92?
At least 5 minutes.
At
No, no, a bit.
least,
I'm not sure actually. Let me check what's his time right now. 5 minutes. Yeah, he's been spending 5 minutes.
I mean, these are valuable 5 minutes if he's already down to 30 minutes. So
I don't know what he's thinking as well. I mean, I don't see any other move but 92.
yeah, and it's just so natural. And let Gukash think, yeah, like anyway, you cannot expect all of his replies. Maybe he's also calculating bishop f4 right away. That might be the case.
Oh,
and queen c2.
What? Huh?
So he wants to get d5.
Ah, okay, in a different way. Okay, but now a5 pawn will not be hanging in some situations, so okay. Okay. Sorry, I was a bit confused by this move. Also, you're putting yourself on this diagonal from g6 bishop, which it's not my favorite thing to do in the world.
Yeah, for now it probably won't matter, but it is always something to watch out for.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely okay.
And I'm not sure if d5 is
a threat.
If it is a threat, yeah, because black will go knight e5 and then the knight will come to d3.
Exactly. Okay, let's say black plays, I don't know, queen c8, d5, knight e5, yeah. I mean, okay, this I could argue that d6 is strong enough. Or no, this time actually I could consider bishop b6 followed by knight d6 as well.
Yeah.
So maybe queen d8 was a bit but what do you do as well with black pieces? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's still, I assume also white is still objectively better here. That would be my assumption.
Yeah, you know what I would do? I would move the b6 knight somewhere because it's really not doing anything, I think.
Yeah, but do you go
d7.
back to d7 or
c8? Yeah, whatever. I literally don't care at this point. Just move it, yeah.
And Kukish played something, right? He played a4. Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's logical. Again, creating some counterplay. Knight on a5, c4 will be hanging. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be funny if Dink went queen c3. Stop this idea. But knight e2 now.
Yeah, he played this move fast, which is at least good news.
I'm just gonna check what was Lila's suggestion. In fact, knight e2 was the best move instead of queen c2.
Yeah, it's not that surprising.
Yeah, and okay, a4 was a good move by Gukesh. Also, the other move could be queen d7, but of course a4 very natural, and knight e2 the best move finally. Yeah, but now after knight a5, tell me what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have to go c5, but I'm not
no.
sure.
No, I want to go bishop f4.
Again, you have to play this, huh?
I'm not sure. No, I'm not looking at the engine.
Okay.
I don't know. I just don't want to go c5.
No, me neither, but at least the pawn on a4 will drop.
And also if I go, yeah, that's true. At least that, yeah. And after knight d5.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was scared about, because even if I take the pawn, you will just go back knight c6, I guess.
I would guess so myself.
And now I played c5, and black has the nice control of the d5 square. And even though black is a pawn down here, at some point he will start doing something on the king side, like h5, h4. And at least practically speaking, it won't be easy at all for white anymore. I would assume.
You would assume, yeah. I think you're correct, especially because, for example, after knight c6, let's say I go something like knight c3. I want you to take my knight, so I will take back with a pawn. I mean, completely consolidate my center, and then I'm happy. But I think you take knight e3, right? Except if I'm blundering something, right?
Do I want to take here? Because now the pawn on d4 is guarded. I will have knight f4. Pawn on e4 will be weak.
I know, but somehow I feel like now you have the chance to have some counterplay on the king side. Better chances, no?
Yeah.
I mean, h5. Let's say h5, right?
But let's say knight f4.
h4.
Okay, I could take on g6 and then on e4, which actually looks pretty good.
You could, but I will take on g2
Yeah, I'll
first.
just go king h1.
Oh. No. Okay,
and,
so I take on g6.
Yeah, knight e4.
And your king is perfectly safe on h1.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah. And I would, yeah, this is very good. This is very good.
I mean, I thought after knight e3, black could go something, I don't know, knight e7, maybe I can even take on e4. Yeah, then maybe knight a5, c5 is actually a candidate move. But also bishop f4, what you pointed out.
Yeah, I just want to check it. What's happening after bishop f4?
If I go rook c8?
Yeah, well, trying to see if I have any tricks. I also wanted to point out, Felix, that black could also play e3 in this type of situations.
Yeah, even right away, e3.
Even right away, and that's also why bishop f4 is maybe not the best, especially now the queen is on c2, and it's a bit annoying. So totally. In this case, I think c5, like you said, is necessary. So I think you were right. I think c5 is just clearly almost the only move, yeah?
But c5, if I go knight to c4?
Yeah, let's try that. You want to go also c6?
Yeah,
maybe?
if queen a4, I want to go c6, because if black takes first, then I will have two pieces for the rook. But my idea was to go c6 first.
Yeah, you're challenging, yeah? You're challenging me. And if I go knight d6, you still go knight b2, yeah?
Yeah, knight b2. I mean, I could even start thinking about taking on d6, but I don't see the problem with...
I mean, yeah, you could also do that. So maybe queen a4 is... This is tough, yeah?
Yeah, now it's getting complicated.
Yeah, it is getting complicated.
I could go after the e4 pawn, like knight ec3 maybe.
After c6, knight d6, or
after
knight c4,
c5, knight bc4.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so... I could go knight ec3. I could also throw in knight f4, but we do have a move, I think. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Wow. Okay, so I guess he didn't like knight a5, c5, knight c4. I think something must have bothered him. I'm not sure what, but I don't blame him, yeah?
Yeah.
And bishop g5 played instead.
I'll just briefly check the analysis of which we had after knight e2. Let's just...
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Knight a5, c5, knight bc4. What's the best move?
It was the best try, but knight ec3 was one suggestion, which is also better for white. But knight f4 was pretty powerful, and there was one idea which we missed. Knight f4, bishop f5, and now bishop f1. Knight on c4 is actually trapped. So it
needs to take on e3, yeah?
Yeah, which he doesn't really want, yeah. F takes e3, and still the pawn on a4 is hanging. And white's king is actually fairly safe here. Also, the f-file opens up potentially for white's rooks.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. That's nice. Knight f4.
Yeah. Wow. So Ding played bishop g5, which...
Gukesh,
Gukesh played bishop g5. And objectively, it's not looking good. I turned off the evil bar again. But...
See, this is what happens when there are no pieces exchanged in first 10 to 15 moves. We still have all the pieces on the board, and it's complete chaos.
Yeah. And I'm impressed how Ding has handled this game. It again kind of proves our theory that Ding plays best when he's under a lot of pressure.
And with a lot of pieces on the board as well.
Yeah.
However, Felix, we've seen this situation before, and Ding did mess up better positions like this. And I really hope this time he has enough mental power and chess power to make the match interesting again.
Yeah, I hope so too. If Ding would level the score today, it would be
Dramatic.
It would be massive, and I think it's also what not many people have expected, I would say.
No, not at all. But again, like I think he believes in his luck, because also game 12 in a previous match for him was a winning game, and I think he also believes that he can repeat these things in a lucky way. And I also think that mindset is crucial to have in this situation.
Yeah.
And after bishop g5, my question is, what are we doing with white? Do we still go knight f4 like before, or do we go d5 or
Yeah, knight f4 is also what I'm trying to figure out. And what Ding might be calculating here is bishop takes f4. Because again, if you take with the bishop, e3 at least looks annoying.
It is annoying.
It's still not clear because also c7 is hanging, so white could go something like queen e2 here.
Okay, and yeah, we take on f2.
Yeah, and still the pawn on c7 is basically just hanging. And if it falls, black can basically resign.
Okay, so let's say rook e1, queen e1, rook c8 or something.
I would maybe take back with the rook.
Okay, let's take. Yeah.
After rook c8, just maybe d5.
Ouch, yeah, everything hurts.
Yeah,
everything you play hurts.
I could even think about taking on c6 and going knight a7.
Oh.
And
you would,
then just everything is falling apart.
Yeah, knight e7 is coming. We're taking back the bishop if needed, and yeah, just having a very healthy endgame here.
I mean, knight f4 is also not so easy because it's not clear what black is actually intending here. I don't think black wants to take on e3 at least. It would then be pretty pleasant for white once again because the f-file opens up. But maybe it does make black's life comparably easier.
I agree, and I just want to check the time situation. Ding has been spending 4 minutes and 30 seconds on this move after bishop g5. That means he has 19 minutes.
Yeah, he needs to move. I mean,
Gukesh also has 18 minutes,
yeah.
so they're both in trouble. However, Gukesh will just play random moves to put pressure, which is not hard. And Ding will be the one that will need the responding. So this is he needs more time for sure. So I don't know. He's also thinking about something else, the knight f4, maybe d5. What happens after d5 in the original position?
Yeah, d5, I guess knight e5 or knight a5, that's the question. Let's say I go to e5.
And I was hoping I could have something like d6. Oh, maybe not. Or even c5 if possible. But
Ding played knight f4.
Yeah,
that's great
I think,
news.
Yeah, is that the best move? I think that should be the best move. Oh yeah, Lila stopped working, but I think knight f4 should be the best move.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's tough. This is tough situation for Gukesh.
Yeah, knight f4 is, I think, a very nice decision by Ding. Because it makes black's life even harder. Like, if black manages to exchange a couple of pieces, he might be somewhat okay. But yeah, Ding is not giving up his bishop yet, and
I like it. He's keeping the pressure on. He's not putting position away, putting the pressure away. He's not letting black play active moves like knight e5. Yeah, after d5, knight e5 is a very active move, and I like this mindset.
Yeah, me too.
So Okay, we've seen bishop takes f4. What if though bishop from g6 just moves, let's say, to h7 though? What are we going to do then? Do we
Yeah,
go?
I thought I could even go h4 here just to force matters.
You want to force? I was thinking about knight d5 though, as well, but h4. Okay, h4. Wow.
Ah, knight d5 is also possible, yeah.
No, I like h4.
Yeah, because if you take, it's gonna be more or less the same.
Yeah.
And if you go back, it would also not make much sense, I would argue.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's true. No, I was just thinking if this could somehow work. No, I think knight d5 is too ambitious because just knight d5 happens. I guess it's okay. It's good enough for black.
Yeah, but
And
also
it's
here,
complicated.
if you take back, what does black even do? I was also not sure.
I don't know. I think this is very complicated.
Because if queen d5, there's knight c7.
Yeah, that was.
And I mean, maybe knight e7 you can play.
Yeah, that's what worries me. I think because then rook c8 is coming.
And black
and
will
knight
regain the pawn
d5.
on d5.
Yeah.
So
I think
h4
we don't need it.
seems like a good way there.
Yeah, h4 looks good. I think I could also, if I really want to, I can just move the queen from c2. So when black takes on f4, e3 is not an idea.
Yeah, that's of course possible as well. But I think Ding already kind of figured out that black cannot in fact really take on f4 because then the pawn on c7 will just be super weak.
Yay, okay, so we have a game. This is amazing. Again, Felix, they're both so low on time. It's move 23. They both have 18 minutes and they need to make 17 more moves to reach the time control. I feel like this is a very similar situation to yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But in this game, yeah, it's the difference is that it's going well for Ding and not for Gukesh, at least in the time trouble phase. And Ding has been playing this game very impressively, I would say.
Yes, I am very happy with his play. Honestly, I like that he didn't go d4 immediately to make position easier. I like that he went queen c2, rook d1, and then queen d2, knight b5. Like he really, I think, played this position almost perfectly, if not perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I was kind of worried that Ding will kind of stay through to his strategy before, which was just push d4 as soon as you can and just simplify. But yeah, something just changed. Maybe it's the pressure that he needs to win a game, and yeah, therefore we have in front of us what Ding is showing us, yeah, which is just fantastic chess.
Yes, and actually Gukesh did decide to take bishop f4, and Ding immediately replied by bishop takes f4. And now the question is, Felix, what are we going to see? E3, rook c8, maybe first. Maybe Gukesh doesn't want to go e3.
Yeah, e3 also does open up the diagonal for the bishop on g2.
However, if black goes rook c8, we could also consider bishop takes e4, maybe. Ourselves.
Yeah, if rook c8, bishop e4.
Rook takes e4, rook takes e4. Rook c8 is on the board, by the way. Yeah. No, I was just thinking we could consider it somehow. I'm not sure. Help me with this evaluation, or is this just perfect? I don't know, for white.
It looks good. I'm just trying to see if black does have to take right away, or if he has some other ideas. Like he could play knight c4 first, but probably doesn't work because in the end there's d5.
Yeah, some tricks there. However, what's your threat?
Just going rook d2 and protecting my rook, I think.
Huh. Funny.
And yeah, trying to capture the bishop, yeah, but if you go
Obviously,
something like bishop f3, just rook d2 and... Also, the pawn on c7 is always hanging, so the knight cannot comfortably move.
Yeah. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I wonder. He plays queen c3 instead.
Okay.
He didn't take the pawn. I think also Engine agrees with
Yeah,
that.
it's a nice move because he's preparing d5 without allowing knight a5 or knight e5. I really like that move.
Again, showing perfect play. Wow, queen c3, that's beautiful. I really want to see d5. Yeah, if the knight needs to move back, this is almost GG's. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Also, then d6 will come, and black will maybe even just lose material.
Okay, so that means should I go something like queen e7 now to be prepared for d5, knight e5?
Yeah, if queen e7, you can play d5, knight e5. But what about d6 now?
I take.
Knight takes d6.
I was trying to take something on c4. So to at least have some compensation in this lifetime. Like knight e takes, I don't know, c4, for example.
I see, yeah. Yeah, you could give that a shot. I don't know, knight takes e8, queen takes e8 maybe, and...
It should be winning, yeah?
Yeah, should. Also, the pawn on e4 might drop. Yeah, I can maybe do something like queen d4.
Queen e4. Yeah, queen d4. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yes, so sacrificing nothing helps, yeah? And actually, CC is evaluating this position as plus 3.46.
After queen c3 already, yeah?
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah. It's just total domination.
Total domination, and I love it. Wow, queen c3, and I think Lukasz is in trouble. Now, this is the time to look at the cameras. I wonder if his mentality is breaking. I think he's suffering. I think he's been suffering for last 5 to 10 moves. Lukasz, of course, because this position was actually very hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's down to 10 minutes. Yeah.
10 minutes, yeah. So Ding has 17, Lukasz has 10. And he needs to find some resistance, but I don't think there's any resistance, right?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, the game is still not over. The material is totally balanced. That's kind of the funny thing. Yeah, material is totally balanced, but white is completely winning. But there's still room for tricks, so Ding has to watch out. But yeah, it's definitely quite likely that Ding will be able to convert this. And I saw one interesting comment by the chat. It refers to what Levon said, that when you have two bishops, you also want to have an extra knight for them to be powerful, and that's very true when it comes to this position. Yeah.
Oh my, yes, actually this is Levon teaching us life lessons. Look at two bishops and the knight on b5, and it's +3.
Yeah.
So we could say that's true. This is the proof.
The proof of Levon's life rule.
Wow, yeah. And below 10 minutes for Lukasz. Have you maybe found any tricks for black? Yeah, I don't see any right now, so I think yeah, I don't see any tricks. I don't know.
I mean, d5 is coming. I don't even know what black can do.
Queen f6? No, then c7 is hanging.
Yeah, then c7 is hanging.
And I don't, yeah.
I mean, f6 also looks, yeah. Because f6, d5, again, I want knight e5 without the queen being on...
Oh, let's try that, yeah?
Being on e7, but oof, it looks not good at all.
No, I mean, at least, you know, it's a try. You put the knight on active square. Let me see what I could do with it. I mean, I could Okay, knight d3 is now actually a very interesting idea by
Yeah.
black, so it's a bit annoying.
And if d6, I thought black might be able just to go c6.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Even though
c6.
knight c7 is there.
Yeah, but do we mind knight c7?
I mean, I'll win an exchange. The question is if you can pick up enough material on the way.
Yeah, so like knight b takes c4. I mean, this should be lost. Actually, this should be lost.
Yeah.
This should be lost.
Yeah.
Oh wow, knight b8 by Gukesh. Oh.
Yeah, if you have to go for something like this, it's...
Ouch, I think that hurts even me, and I'm not playing this game.
But yeah, I mean, he's prophylactically playing against d5, so...
I mean, white can now just take the exchange if he wants to, right? Knight a7.
Oh, right, yeah, he can just go knight a7. Yeah.
I guess Gukesh is claiming, you know, my position is easier without this knight on b5. Again, like Levon's thing, two bishops are stronger with the knight, so he wants to get rid of this knight.
Yeah. But I'm curious if knight e7 is actually the best move, because white's position is so dominant that I wouldn't be surprised that there is even something better than just picking up the exchange.
I'm pretty sure the engine would love something else than knight a7. No, actually, engine loves knight a7, so...
It is, in fact, the best move. Okay.
It is, in fact, the best move. It's such a good move that it gives white 96% of winning, which is GG's.
Yeah, I mean, white is just a clear exchange up after knight e7. Gukesh will, of course, continue fighting until the very end.
Especially till time trouble is over. He might resign after 40 moves, but as long as Ding has chance to lose on time, I don't think Gukesh will resign, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Ding is still spending time, so knight a7 he has to see, right?
Sorry, what did you say?
He has to spot knight a7, right? Like
no. There's he can play f3, it's still winning. b4 is also winning.
Yeah, but knight a7 is just so natural. Like if you can
so
get the exchange, why not take it?
Yeah, agreed. Because I mean, come on, he played knight b8. If you're not gonna take the exchange now, when is the most perfect time, if not now?
Yeah.
But Dink still has
15 minutes, I think.
15 minutes, yeah. 15 minutes, I mean. Yeah, I guess knight a7 will be played. I don't think Dink will allow himself to play something else. Maybe d5. But I don't know why would he do that, you know, because why complicate things when you can just win an exchange, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
With me, it's the opposite. Why win an exchange when I can complicate things, you know? So that's my mindset during a chess game. I wonder what is Gukesh's mindset. Sorry, Gukesh's Dings, yeah, Ding is white playing for a win here, of course. I mean, the engine, yeah.
I guess he's trying to look for something even more powerful than knight a7, but the question is if it's that wise to do so, because time is a factor.
Exactly.
And we do have moves. He played d5.
What? Ding. Okay, so Ding has the same mindset as me. Yeah? Why win the material when I can complicate things? Yeah, I don't think this is a good mindset when you don't have 30 seconds increment for 14 more moves.
Yeah, the only explanation I have is that he did not see knight a7, but because it will be very strange to not pick up the exchange if you can do so. Even though white's position is still, of course, extremely good.
Yeah, I guess his argument is that the rook on c8 is way too passive for this knight on b5. However, if this rook gets active, you know, you never know what things can change.
Yeah, and now c5 is not possible anymore because the knight on b5 is hanging. Yeah,
after queen d7, what does white do? Do we make a draw? Knight a7, rook d8, knight b5.
Oh, that would be definitely too much. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. There
Mhm.
still has to be many good moves for white. Like d6 looks pretty good right away. Maybe.
And after c6
Knight
or
c7.
c5, knight c7, rook d8.
And now I thought the knight on b6 will get trapped. Like I can maybe even go queen b4 here. I think her knight is trapped on b6.
This is so funny. Oh, lovely.
So is
Yeah,
d6 good?
d6 seems very natural. However, Ding hasn't played it yet, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
That is bothering to me. I will check. Lilas agrees that d6 is the best move, yeah.
All right.
I think it's played, yeah?
Yeah, d6 and c5 is on the board.
Yeah, I prefer c5. Like you said before, let's not trap our knight. So c5 is way more active.
Yeah.
And also, we will be able to bring our knight back to c6 and potentially to d4.
Yeah, Ding has to be accurate here.
Yeah, I don't like when we need to be accurate. How do we do that? I'm scared for Ding's advantage now, actually.
Yeah, me too. He played knight c7.
Good, okay, rook f8. Gukesh again playing moves very quickly, basically just asking Ding, how are you winning? You don't have any material, just show me the win.
Okay, he can take on e4 now.
Yes, but then knight c6 is coming.
Yeah, knight c6 is coming. I thought I blundered something with rook takes e7, but after takes, white can take on b8 and wins the game.
Yes, there's no check. He is safely on h2.
But you were saying take on knight c6, huh?
Yes, I'm gonna go knight c6. And then I'm going to threat, some
rook c7 is
c7.
Threat, yeah. Yeah. I mean, do I have some ideas like bishop h6 here?
Now you want to play bishop h6, huh?
Yeah.
Now, and don't move like f5.
f5 rook e7 maybe.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I love that. And after knight d7, whoops, checkmate on g7.
Exactly.
Cutesy, very cutesy. Yeah, now bishop h6 does work. Yeah, bishop h6. I
guess
yeah,
you can go f6. But
yeah, I have to go f6. I don't think I really have anything. But even rook g4 works, right?
Yeah, rook g4, rook f7, but it's hard to believe. But maybe even bishop g7 right away.
Some things to be calculated, but bishop g7 looks very nice. Yeah. Because after king e7, yeah.
There has to be mate somewhere, like rook g4.
I mean, worst case scenario, even knight e6 could be coming.
Yeah, I can at least take the exchange, but I thought that rook g4 should be even more powerful. Maybe.
Imagine you sacrificed your bishop like that and you don't win the game because it's not winning in your low on time.
Yeah, and Ding still needs to make a move after rook f8. And he's below 10 minutes, so still 12 more moves to be made. I mean,
this is risky. He's making risk, and this shows that knight a7 was much safer, yeah?
Yeah.
Just winning some material. Oh,
he did take, yeah, which...
Oh, and knight c6 immediately. Wow.
Which avoids bishop h6, so that's another good decision by Gukesh, I think.
Very good decision. Oh, okay, so knight c6, what do we do now?
I would even think about taking on c6, even though I hate giving up my bishop.
Same.
But I would also not like the knight to enter d4.
I agree. I think knight on d4 is very annoying. So let's take bishop c6 because, okay, b takes c6 is not good. I believe rook e7 is coming. But he played bishop g2.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Also understandable because knight d4 will anyway, I guess Ding will just take on b7.
Yeah, take on b7, play rook e7, sometimes play rook d4.
Yeah, also rook e7 is there, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yeah, it of course depends what he wants. I feel like there's so many options for white, yeah.
Yeah, and black doesn't really have a move actually. Like he cannot occupy the e-file because of the knight on c7.
Cute.
And
knight on c7 is adorable.
yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the first game. Again, another knight outpost there. That time was b2, now it's c7.
He plays rook d8.
Fair.
Can I just go after the pawn on c5 somehow? Like, can I go bishop e3? Just want to take the pawn.
Yeah, very simple. And after knight d4, you will just take everything.
Yeah.
I was hoping I could have some tricks, but I don't think so. No, yeah. Bishop e3 looks natural.
Maybe you can hang on with queen f5, but
I don't believe I'm hanging on to anything.
Yeah, it's like white has many good moves here.
Including c5. I think c5 is deadly, but also bishop b7 is deadly. I think, right?
At which point? After queen f5?
Sorry, I thought, no, I thought after knight d4, yeah, queen e5 immediately.
But Ding did go for something. He played knight d5.
What?
Knight takes d5, c takes d5. Which does also win the pawn on c5.
I think everything's winning.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't blunder, of course. But now he has two bishops, but no knight.
Yeah, he gave up the knight. I mean,
that was a nice knight though, but okay.
Yeah, let's just see if knight d5. Bishop e3 was in fact much stronger.
Cute.
Knight d5 though is still completely winning according to the computer. I mean, queen takes c5 will just come, and then also the rook will infiltrate on e7. This is kind of the main thing here.
Actually, Lila preferred knight d5 over bishop e3.
Okay, yeah.
Which is very interesting. But so, and c5, yeah, this is winning. Yeah, according to Lila, this is completely winning.
Yeah, and I think that also Gukesh will bring this point home.
Oh, my knight b8 again, Felix. Oh, this knight has been on b8 many times this game.
Yeah. And I guess the Ding will take on c5. It was played, rook c8.
Gukesh now playing on time because Ding has 7 moves to make and he's under 7 minutes, so...
Yeah, Gukesh is too, but Gukesh has to try and play as fast as possible to somehow put pressure on Ding. But I think it's kind of quite simple for white now, I would guess.
Okay, I guess we are thinking about moving the queen.
Yeah, queen d4 looks
yes,
queen
d4.
Natural.
And
queen d4 was played. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and I don't know, rook c2 maybe the best activity try. I don't know. We'll see what Gukesh will play actually.
Yeah, rook c2 is on the board.
Have the cameras.
Or it's not. No, rook.
I think it's me, but
not yet. Yeah.
Yeah, rook... not yet. Gukesh thinking.
Rook c2, rook e7, queen b5.
I mean, he just needs to do something for the activity. I mean, even after rook c2, I could argue bishop e5 as well.
Yeah.
With the idea that I'm forcing f6 and then I go back.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
And then I threaten rook e7 somehow. I don't know, just opening the king somehow. I don't know. Again, I think so many moves here are winning.
Yeah, Gukesh went knight a6, rook e7 is on the board, and queen b5. This is the current live position.
Oh, okay. 5 moves to play. I think, yeah, Ding has more than 5 minutes, while Gukesh is exactly on 5 minutes right now.
Yeah.
How do we finish the game after Queen b5? I feel like we're very close.
Yeah, it already looks like there's a forcing win. Ding, did he go d7?
Oh yeah, he did.
And rook c4. I mean, playing d7 is, you have to be sure that the pawn will not fall.
Exactly, and I would not be sure, but after rook c4, I think I am gonna queen somehow right now. I'm gonna do it.
Does look like it. Actually, can I take on c4 and go rook e8?
But why not to go rook e8? Okay, I get it. Yeah,
He did go queen e3, but
yeah, why not go rook e8 immediately though? I know. I mean, what do you do after rook d4, rook f8? You're forced to go king h7, and I queen, and you cannot take the rook because there's checkmate on h8. So I was thinking rook e8 immediately, but he went queen e3, which is safer.
Rook e8 also completely wins. Queen takes c4 also completely wins.
Ah, really? As well, queen takes c4.
Queen e3, what he played is also winning, yeah.
And queen e3, rook c2 is on the board, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now rook e8 doesn't work because queen takes d7.
Yeah.
So I really liked rook e8 before. It would be very nice.
I mean, it's just game over after rook e8 or queen takes c4, and it's not that hard to see. I would say, of course, I mean, they are under incredible amounts of pressure here.
Wow.
Cannot forget that.
Yes, absolutely, especially time pressure. This is very crucial. If Ding had 20 minutes, he goes rook e8, obviously.
Yeah.
After 5 minute think, he goes rook e8 and we see a resignation. But with 4 or less than 4 minutes, for his last 3 moves, this is risky, yeah.
And Ding goes bishop d6, which I think is very strong. He just wants to have rook e8 next.
Yeah, very simple. Rook e8 is unavoidable now. And
what can Gukesh even do here? Can he just...
He needs to... I don't even know. I thought he needs to play queen b2, but after rook e8, Gukesh can resign. He might need to go f6, I guess. But yeah, I guess f6.
f6, also rook g7 is there. So many things. f6,
but
rook g7.
I don't see any other move. Yeah, that's cute. That's very cute.
Yeah, I mean, rook e8 is coming, and seems like there's nothing Gukesh can do about it.
Yeah, somebody suggested king h7 instead of f6. I think this could be maybe the best.
But still rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah. And you cannot, you're losing somehow in every way possible.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, queen takes d7 and bishop f8 and
just a full rook up, yeah.
Yeah. Very nice move, bishop d6.
Yeah, totally.
And now waiting for Gukesh to make his last 2 moves and resign.
Ah, he did go f6.
Heh, I guess the move for Gukesh.
Will we see rook g7?
Oh, that would be...
It's on the board. It's on the board. And Gukesh resigns.
Oh my.
And Gukesh resigns. So, yeah. What more can we ask of? I mean, round 12 and Ding levels the score, which is surprising to many people. And it makes the match just so much more exciting. Now the score is back to equal. And yeah, only 2 more rounds to be played. So what do you think, Laura? I mean, I'm certainly super happy with what we saw today. This is
exactly what we wanted, Felix. I don't think we could have asked for a better response by Ding.
Yeah.
I was actually not sure about his opening choice, especially with like you were in the opening, you were explaining how d4 makes everything slightly equal and boring, and Ding didn't go for equal and boring. He put all his pieces on the best square, and I would dare to say this was a perfect game.
Absolutely.
And Gukesh right now sitting at the board, holding his head, regretting his decisions. Absolutely, he was leading for the first time in the match, and I think now he's thinking he blew it.
Yeah. No, this will be very hard for him to come back also psychologically. Yeah.
Wow. No, absolutely. I'm shocked. I'm so excited that this is what this match has become now, because we've seen, I think, 7 draws in a row. Not boring draws, but you know, when the games end in a draw, you're like, okay, another one. But finally, last 2 games were so exciting. And I'm so happy we're going to see exciting games, I think, in the last 2 rounds of classical portion, at least.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so tomorrow is the rest day, which I think especially Gukesh can really need now. And also we need it after this amount of excitement. Getting ready for the last 2 games. Maybe we can briefly review what happened in this game to round up the stream. So we did see the English opening once again from Ding Liren. Let me just pull up the board. Yeah, so we did see the English opening, and it seemed like Gukesh was very well prepared. Let's just go to the moment where, Laura, you said that you were a bit surprised that he went for d4 here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Going for this very complex structure, yeah.
I mean, it's always a risk, especially when you start with a move like e6, d5, you usually want to play solidly with solid center. At least that's what I do. So it's a reason why I go e6, d5. But he went for this d4. Yeah, it's always risky, and I think this game showed it why.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he did go for this line with knight c6, which is a bit more solid, I would say, than the move c5, which leads to the reverse Benoni. He did go knight c6, and after e3, again, he surprised us a bit by going bishop e7, where actually the main line, which is also very complicated, is e5. But he did prepare with bishop e7, and after d3, we had this structure right here when, we thought that black is very, very solid here, and white will have a hard time creating something. At some point, he might push d4, but then the position could lead to a lot of simplifications. But Ding found some nice little moves to just slowly improve his position. I think the first nice moment was a3, where he wanted to push b4. And Gukesh played a5, which is very logical, but as we saw later on, it weakens the b5 square, and Ding found the nice square for his knight there. So if we go a couple of more moves further, rook b8 was another move, which was a bit of a mystery to us. It does protect the b7 pawn in some variations, but it turned out to be a little bit too slow. Ding went queen c2, and now, as I said, the knight was placed to b5.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah, and from that point on, it just continued getting worse for Gukesh. He tried the regrouping plan with the knight to d7, c5. But after queen d2, probably he realized that d4 will come and that it will be very dangerous for him. So he tried keeping the position closed, but yeah, knight found a nice square on g1. And I don't know what else to say, Laura. Ding just played a perfect game.
I wanted to compare it to maybe some harmony or even symphony, like how his pieces were coordinated from, I don't know, let's say move 5 to the end of till the end of the game. He moved his queen on perfect places, even to d2 later. This knight went to g1, e2, f4. d5 came later as well, with followed by d6. Honestly, like all these pieces were coordinating perfectly, and I feel like Gukesh had very, very hard time today coordinating his pieces.
Yeah.
And I think this is what made him score the loss today with this rook b8, then also knight d7. It's very hard to find a plan. Like you said, d4 idea by Gukesh is very ambitious. It's actually strong. It's very good for black. However, it was very hard to find a very good plan for black, I think, in this game. And it ended how it ended. I mean, I hope really that Gukesh can recover from this loss. I think he can. I think he's mentally extremely strong. And I'm sure he will bounce back tomorrow, but I am so almost proud of Ding for winning in such a way today.
Yeah, me too. And I'm just super happy to see that he was able to come back after the tough loss yesterday. And it turned out that round number 12 is his lucky round, I would say. First beating Nepo to level the score, and now beating Gukesh to level the score. So yeah, I can only say I'm super excited for the remaining 2 rounds, and maybe even the tie breaks. We will see about that. So, as I said, tomorrow is the rest day. So, Laura will be back in 2 days for the stream.
Yes.
So thank you for everyone in the chat for always being so engaging and for watching the stream. And yeah, unless Laura, you have anything more to say?
No, what I have to say is, Felix, actually, the Lichess coverage is not over, because right now there's the games in the Qatar Open starting, and we have great, amazing commentary by Irene, and I think Naranyan is joining her today as well. However, you guys need to join to see the excellent games continuing in these other tournaments. Of course, World Championship is not the only thing that's going on right now. And I hope you also enjoy that commentary as well.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely check out the commentary of the Qatar Masters. So you also have something to watch for tomorrow, since the World Championship match is on a rest day. There is still the Qatar Masters to watch. So, yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary, and see you in 2 days.
See you in 2 days.